Are we going to get our
I can do that.
Oh, okay.
Good morning. Oh, that was nice. Welcome to Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting for March 10th, 2015 already, March already. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Al, could you lead us please in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good job. Great. Do we have any announcements? Okay. So we have we're moved to recognition and acknowledgments, and there's a proclamation recognizing March 2015 as American Red Cross Month in Calaveras County, and Supervisor Chris Wright will present that for us.
Thank you. All right, can I have all the Red Cross folks come up, please? Hey, Dennis. Okay. Well, it really is a privilege for me to be handing out this proclamation. These guys are the ones that do all the work, and so I get the pleasure of standing up here. This is the hardest thing I've done this year. So I'm going to read the proclamation. The proclamation recognizing March 2015 as American Red Cross Month in Calaveras County. Whereas the American Red Cross has touched many lives in Calaveras County, as well as across the country and around the world. And whereas during American Red Cross Month, we thank those who contribute to the mission of the Red Cross, whether through time, money, or blood. And we invite others to support the Red Cross in helping people in need down the streets, across the country, and around the world. Whereas the American Red Cross is synonymous with helping people, it has been doing so for more than 130 years. Throughout the past year, the American Red Cross has launched hundreds of disaster relief operations in the United States to help people affected by fires, floods, hurricanes, and tornadoes. The Gold Country region, which includes Calaveras County and the Motherlode area, responded to the Sand, Gold, and King fires to provide hundreds of residents with information and assistance at one of the several evacuation centers that were open at the same time. And whereas in Calaveras County, the Red Cross worked tirelessly in 2014 through its 2 employees and over 75 volunteers to support our residents when disaster strikes and they need emergency assistance. In 2014, Calaveras volunteers opened shelters in San Andreas and Calaveras for each of the 2 fires on Full Station Road. Calaveras volunteers also gave food, clothing, and shelter to families. because of single-family home fires, thus ensuring those families have a safe place to stay, the basic necessities of life. The Red Cross also provided 24-hour support to all members of the military, veterans, and their families, and provide training in CPR, aquatic safety, sheltering, and first aid. Well, they do all that. No, it's 75 volunteers. Whereas for nearly 100 years, the United States presidents have called on the American people to support Red Cross and its humanitarian mission. Our communities depend on the American Red Cross, and because it's not a government agency, the Red Cross depends on support from the public to continue its humanitarian work. This is especially important in these challenging economic times, which impact the Red Cross and many people in our communities across the nation. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors proclaims March 2015 as the American Red Cross Month in Calaveras County. We encourage all Americans to support this organization and its noble humanitarian mission. You guys have a motion?
I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, so we need public comments.
Yes.
Public comments, please.
This way.
Thank you.
Yeah, I wish all our comments were like that. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So be it. It's done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thank you. Thank you. Very much.
All right, so let's move on to our consent, or public comments. Any item of interest in the public that is within subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before 30 minutes allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the consent agenda. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued at the conclusion of the regular agenda in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of comments to be heard. And today I will, we're going to do 3 minutes, and right at 3 minutes, I'm going to be cutting you off. Okay, so 3 minutes. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Bill McManus from Hanford Hill. I'm here to take care of some old business. I just want to give you some information. At the last meeting, I brought up a small, short discussion about Alternative D, which applies to the general plan, and told you that I would find an intact copy of Alternative D, which I've done. Unfortunately, it wasn't I couldn't get it before the last board meeting. It's already been given to the planning commissioner and the planning department. So I'd like to each of you to have a copy of it. And when hopefully you'll thumb through it and try to get a sense of what Alternative D was all about and what we hope it will be about as we move through the general plan process. It's not meant to be an ordinance-ready document. Instead of it's more of a visioning document and would have a bit more suitable place perhaps in the preamble or some other place in the general plan. But what we hope it will be is the lens through which we view the general plan update. When Alternative D was formulated 5 years ago, 6 years ago now, there was a tremendous amount of support that grew for Alternative D. What we hope to do now is to reinvigorate that support by going out to communities that are involved in their own community plans, that are interested in zoning for their communities, which have varied interest, and bring them up to speed on what Alternative D was and see if we can recapture the support, the overwhelming support for the ideas that are encapsulated within Alternative D. So, I hope you read it. I hope you get a sense of what Alternative D is, and I hope you get a sense of how popular it was and will be again in Calaveras County as we move towards discussing the general plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kelly.
Joe Kelly. This will be the last time under public comment. Pardon me?
Can you come here and...
No, I'll pick it up when I get done. Don't take my time, sir. Thank you.
I can give you more time.
How about 5 minutes?
About 3.
How about 5? Joe Kelly. This will be the last time under public comment that I'll be discussing Nassau Creek flooding issue with you folks. The last time you'll see these photos. The cause, public health, safety, general welfare of the citizenry. For those that can't see it behind, here you go, folks. I was one federal agency away from for a phone call, the Federal Environmental Protection Agency. And then I laid down on the floor where I usually like to lay down and go over the general plan. I was perusing the general plan again and the background document. And lo and behold, it's been under my nose all this time, and under the county's nose all this time, as I have said many a time with other documents that I have brought forth. You folks are responsible for curing this. And it's in your general plan. And it goes back to the 1984 lawsuit, which you folks lost. So I am now getting ready to submit a minimum of 3 1/4 pages just on this issue alone into the general plan to be discussed and be answered. And my question is this: what, when, and how are you going to do something? So from there we go forward. So now I'm very much relieved. I can go on and do other things. This dog is off my back, and now it's on your back. And I know it doesn't bother you because it goes off like water off a duck. But it's coming to bite you in the... So pay attention, folks. And be sure to go back, not just forward, go back and look at all the lawsuits in 1984, and then look at all the legal documents that are there telling you from 1965 even whose priority it is for land use, who is required, who the legislature has turned it over to and says you folks are the responsible agency and the responsible party, Calaveras County, the Board of Supervisors. So let's go for it. Do your job. Thank you. That's all I ask for the money we pay you.
Good morning, Board. I would like to come here today and talk to you about IHSS, or I would like to come to you today and talk to you about March being National Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month, the second leading cause of cancer death in the United States, but something took precedent over that. And I just have to say, Mr. Edson, I really like you as a person. But what I've seen you do here by limiting us to 3 minutes is show favoritism and discrimination. Last meeting, you limited everyone to 3 minutes except the person you had planted in the audience to promote your topic. You let that person go on and on and on, and I think all of us observed that, took note of it, resented it, and I felt I needed to call it to your attention. It shows unfairness. Something else that was mentioned last week was, I don't want to go back and talk about those things, I want to move forward. Well, I say to the people that are not willing to look back and correct mistakes, you're bound to repeat those mistakes. So it disturbs me when someone has the persona of being, don't give me information, I've already made up my mind. You come across looking somewhat like a bully. And I really like you, Cliff, but I don't like the way you've been running these meetings and limiting public comments. Thank you.
Vicki Renke, Calaveras County Republicans. I wanted to just bring a copy of a letter that the Republicans have sent in support of AB 142. I've done a copy to the Board of Supervisors, and I want to encourage you to consider making a support for that bill, which is the bill for the McQualmie River, to have a study done before we ever decide on another designation of it for wild and scenic. It makes a lot of sense. As you all know, there was a lot of controversy over making that a wild and scenic river. So this bill is asking that before that's ever considered again, that a true study would be done. I guess I'm also asking that maybe you reconsider the resolution that was passed that supported the wild and scenic river also. But it's going to be really important that this Board of Supervisors supports this notion of doing a study before that happens again. I think this was the only board, I know this was the only board that supported a wild and scenic, and there was no other water district. Amador County was opposed to it, so I would hope that you would reconsider and bring that back to the board for reconsideration. And so I just want to give you the copy of the letter, and thank you.
Good morning, Supervisors. I'm Al Segala, Calaveras County Taxpayer Association. I have a couple items, and it's a hard job trying to correct the errors from former boards, and so you've got a lot on your plate, and I appreciate that, and I hope you have the enthusiasm and perhaps the courage to do these things. Our group also encourage you to support the Assembly Bill 142 regarding the wild and scenic on the McQualmie River. And in effect, this would be rescinding a previous resolution that the board did, which was a mistake, in our opinion. The next thing, we would like you to consider reevaluating the alternatives in the general plan update, particularly alternative D. A former board hired a private company called Mittner Harness to update our general plan. Over $1 million was spent, and there's been real criticism as to the nature of the work was done. So there's two issues with that. One is the wasting of money without getting results, and the second one is the application of a certain ideology into that general plan, which in many areas opposes private property rights and thusly hurts our local economy. Some volunteers in our group tried to go over the updated draft of the general plan that you now have to try to take the parts out that would be hurtful to property rights. We got so we're removing so much stuff and changing so many words. Oh, what a mess it was. But then we look back at the alternative D, which is very popular with the citizens of the county. That pretty well does it. So we know the planning department has to follow the direction of the board of supervisors. The direction from before was this other alternative that Mittner Harnish had, which we feel is hurtful. And we would like you to reconsider the alternative D and then give direction to the planning department to proceed along those lines. The changes would be substantial, but it would be good, and it would be good for our county. The last item is we're having a textbook group is having a luncheon in which we're going to have among the speakers will be an award to our to our board secretary, Diane, and we're hoping that this could be something that similar to this that we can do on a continuing basis at all of our luncheons. And
Thank you, Al.
yeah, thank you.
Good morning, folks. My name is Peter Reyes from General Inn. I'm going to do you all a favor. I know you're in a rush and you have a few minor little details coming up. But a couple of items came to my mind. One is from Washington, D.C. Your Attorney General in Washington, D.C. will consider tribal land the same way as far as THC goes, pot, as the other state that legalized pot. So we have a few acres and a few Native Americans over here with their own land. They're free to do business as far as the federal government goes. One thing. The other one is that our Attorney General in California going to court because prostitution is a constitutional right. Now, the only reason I'm mentioning it to you, I have a great respect for the first oldest profession. Folks, it's a little bit about it. Folks, me personally, is the definition of family. And if it's totally unconstitutional for somebody to make a living downtown Valley Spring or San Andreas, happens to be the same sex, they all look very attractive, and you have a house over here because they have a constitutional right. So looking forward to that little discussion coming up that might have some influence on your general plan. California Attorney General going to court to legalize prostitution in California because she feels that they have a constitutional right. The next day or so, some of you might have the email, some of you don't. Something to think about. You can turn it to Nevada. All the economical problems can be solved. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody, and everyone behind me. Nikki Stevens, Mark Twain Medical Center. At this time, I'd like to introduce an outstanding member of our team, registered nurse Ann Walton. She has a great message for all of you and beyond today. Thank you. So I would like you to join us in celebrating National Pulmonary Rehab Week, which is this week, March 8th to the 14th, which celebrates the benefits that pulmonary rehab can provide to patients suffering from chronic lung diseases, such as chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, abbreviated as COPD, asthma, emphysema, pulmonary fibrosis, and interstitial lung disease. Mark Twain Medical Center has information available in the lobbies for the public and pulmonary and for patients to educate themselves and to spread the word about our program. Pulmonary Rehabilitation Week was initiated by the American Association of Cardiac and Pulmonary Rehabilitation, which aims to educate individuals in the community about the role of pulmonary rehab in enhancing the quality of life of individuals with chronic lung diseases. And we have two of our participants in the program here. This year's theme, The Results Will Blow You Away, honors individuals who struggle to overcome shortness of breath and the pulmonary professionals who work with them every day to alleviate their struggle and improve patients' everyday life. Thank you. We have Dr. Ali, who is our medical director, and he's our pulmonologist, and he would like to say something about it.
Hello, just a brief introduction. My name is Dr. Ashad Ali. I'm the pulmonologist, intensivist, and a sleep doctor. I'm from Sacramento, by the way. So we are a group of 15 pulmonologists, and we are serving the community through the telemedicine. So we have robots in the hospital where we log in, see the patients in the ICU, We are doing the pulmonary clinic and also seeing the patient in the rehab. So I'm really excited to serve the community. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is George Burkhardt. I live in Copperopolis. My concern is the changes to the draft general plan as they affect Copperopolis. In 2009, the citizens of Copperopolis supported and approved a general plan. And then at some time later, this is all very mysterious to the citizens, all of a sudden that part of the general plan for Copperopolis was changed. In a nutshell, large tracts of land that had a designation that allowed flexibility for unknown challenges, whatever in the future, were changed to production resource. Production resource, as we understand it, is kind of government speak for call it green space, put it in a lockbox, it'll stay like that forever, and you can't change it. Those changes are very, very harmful to the community of Copperopolis. That's a strategically located piece of real estate here in the entire county. Bordered one side, Highway 4, thousands of tourists driving up to Murphy's to bring money, and on the other side at the junction of 108, 120, thousands of tourists going to Yosemite bringing money, but they drive right on by Copperopolis. So making these changes, also reducing the size of the Copperopolis community, is very, very harmful, will not at all help, and will affect, even intensify, the chronically stagnant economy in Copperopolis. So I'm asking you to direct the planning department to strip out those changes that were made to the previous general plan, because they are not helpful. They are very, very harmful. Thank you.
Okay, any more public comments? Seeing none, we'll move on to our consent agenda. Consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion. So, any members of the public wishes to remove an item from the consent agenda? Number 5, please. Okay, Peter, number 5.
Number 4, please.
Number 4. Any others? Okay. So let's.
I make a motion to approve the balance of the consent agenda, items 2, 3, and 6.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Seeing none. Okay, so let's. Joe, you're up on number 4.
This is an increase as a blanket purchase order for $45,000 under Public Works. This is affecting Public Works only. Okay. Thank you.
Any other comments on number 4? Okay.
Make a
Any
motion.
Comments from the board?
I have a comment.
Okay, good.
I understand we missed this projection on the budget by 66%. Do you have a reason for that?
It's not an increase to Supervisor Oliver. It's not an increase to the budget line item. It is just a purchase order for the company so that we can continue to purchase from them. But there is. It is. Quite often we'll do purchase orders for an estimated amount with a certain company because up to $50,000 the CAO can approve. Over that, the board has to approve. And so this is just an increase to that purchase order.
Same situation.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Can I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Bonnie, second by Supervisor Wright. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. 4 passes. Peter, number 5, please.
You big boy, you mean. Peter Ray's gentlemen. I have a question, and first of all, let me tell you, I really support this organization and what they want to do, but I'd like to have a little clarification. Page 63, item 5B, Article 1, Authorities, Duties, and Responsibility, Section C. I'd like to know what is from 0 to 5. I mean, that's a question taking care of babies. When is 0 starts? Is a plus, minus 0? Is a twinkle in the eye? Or the morning after?
What is life?
What is life? Sir, let me get some Brown solution. You want to have you and I have discussion, we're going to have a couple of days on it. Okay? But because this issue is going to be coming up later on, I like to have this board policy. When is 0 starts? When is 0? Don't show off your intelligence. But the bottom line is, folks, I like to have some definition on this because you're defining family, you're defining life and so on, and I'm not questioning anybody's right or attitude or opinion, whatever. But here, you're endorsing from 0. When is 0 starts and finish? Thank you. From 0 to 5. Thank you.
I love you, sweetheart. You're so cute.
Any other comments on agenda number 5?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I have an answer yet. Is it
Well, usually the public doesn't comment when there's no comments. Oh, you want to answer to your question?
I like to have an answer to my question. It's on the agenda. I like to have a response. Thank you.
We'll get a response after the meeting. We can't research it right now.
Are you voting on it?
We are
It's a
voting on it.
consent calendar item. I like to report on that response. Thank you.
Got a motion on the floor. So we have a motion on the floor by Supervisor Wright.
Second by David Shepherd.
Second by Supervisor Olivera. All in favor?
Aye.
Can we make sure that we address that first?
I abstained.
You abstain?
Yep.
One abstain.
Did you want to answer?
Well, I just think it should be brought back to give them an answer. It was asked. And we didn't have any discussion after that, so I didn't get to throw my 2 cents.
Okay, when we do that.
If we bring it back on another
We already
agenda,
passed it.
can we do that?
Because the vote has already been taken, the alternative would be one of the supervisors who voted in favor of it has the ability to essentially revisit the item that is allowed in the board procedures.
I would like to...
Point of order, sir.
Excuse me, sit down, please.
Point of order. Mr. Kearney abstained. We need to know what his abstaining means, because it was done once before with the
Kelly,
previous
we're about to
board.
address that.
Thank you.
Address that.
I'd like you to get to it.
Right away, sir. I would like to bring it back so that Supervisor Kearney can give his comments. Anybody okay with that?
I'm okay with that.
Well, yeah, why don't we just do it right now? So we can
we're trying to get these bylaws actually finished and approved. It's been a huge ordeal to get it to this point. So it'd be nice if we could just, I'm sorry if I sped that up, I didn't realize you had to come, so I apologize for that. But that's actually my fault because I didn't ask. So if it's all you and county council, we can just bring it back right now.
That would be an appropriate second.
Okay. All right.
So we're going to rescind the motion then?
Right. I'll rescind the motion.
Reopening the vote.
So Supervisor Wright rescinds the motion?
I rescind the second.
Okay. Well, is that it? Is that what you need to
That's
do?
and then reopen the item.
Okay, so reopen the first 5, approve revisions to the first 5 Calaveras Commission bylaws, and we will open it up for discussion once again. I would like to start with the board, and then we'll go back to the public.
I want to see the bylaws passed too, and honestly, my agenda wasn't working right, so I didn't study this as well as I could have. We got it fixed this morning, thankfully. What he asked is a huge question, and I don't know if it's been answered at any level of our legal system. And I have questions. Is it something that maybe should be looked at in here, or?
I would like to, Mary, would you clarify if First 5 provides any prenatal care?
No, First 5 doesn't take and do any prenatal care. The 0 to 5 is a nice way of saying birth to age 5. We deal with the issue once from the birth forward. Okay?
Question, Mary. I haven't come back to the podium.
Sorry.
First 5 is a state organization.
It is both a state organization and a local county organization.
I understand that. We actually addressed this at CSAC.
Mm-hmm.
Not this particular issue, but the first 5. And I had a chance to meet with the representatives from CSAC on this. And is it our procedure to follow the direction of the state organization when developing our county bylaws?
Actually, the county bylaws are done by the local organization.
And forwarded to the state for their adoption?
No.
Okay.
No, there are county bylaws about how we conduct our own business.
Okay. So would our bylaws mirror the state's bylaws on most issues, or do we know if this is a particular issue that we mirror or we oppose? We know that.
No, when you're talking about mirroring, the mirroring is there are certain focuses, on activities that, we agree with the state association on. For example, there might be issues like nutrition, et cetera. There are certain goals that when you receive the funding that you're supposed to be working on. They all deal with like education, nutrition, that kind of issue. They don't tell you how to run your programs. That's all a local decision.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay?
So I think the question was answered. It's from birth, no matter how colorfully it was described, to the age of 5. And that was my question. And I appreciate the fact that the board was tolerant of all that.
I actually thought that's what it was, so I probably didn't understand the question. I didn't read it. Peter, do you have any other comments on this? Was the question answered for you?
Somewhat, yes, sir. But it's not the time to debate it. I'll put it on later.
Any other questions? Any other comments from the public?
Question of abstention. I wasn't asking what the thoughts of Mr. Kearney were, but what his vote abstaining means. And this goes back to previous boards under a previous county council that made the comment that it got passed as it would be construed to be a positive vote. So that's what I want clarified.
I will clarify my abstention, Mr. Kelly. I abstained because it happened so quickly and I had questions and I wanted them clarified and the board was willing to let that happen.
Yes, but the word abstain in this county means that you vote yes. When you abstain, when you put out just the word I abstain as your vote, it becomes a yes vote, at least as I recall the past. So we have to be careful what you folks have to be careful of what you say and do and the use of your vote system, because it could be counter to what you're wanting to do, and I appreciate what you're trying to do.
I'm not aware of any code that tells me to do that, but I appreciate what you're telling me. But I wasn't voting against it. I was requesting exactly what happened was a reconsideration so that I could ask a question,
Right.
and it did happen rapidly.
Well, it's in the minutes of a previous board meeting, and as I say, it was when Miss Elliott was county council, so that goes back a little ways, and that's what happens when everybody doesn't know from back to forward what's going on and what's happened. So there you go. I'm just letting you know what I remember from this particular incident of the word abstain. Maybe the county administrator can remember and be able to advise us, or county council. Thank you.
I'll clarify for the board. Abstention voting is addressed in the local rules. It's Rule 28. It's on page 8 of your rules of procedure. It's in your drawer. It addresses both situations where there's a conflict of interest and when there is not a conflict of interest. This would be a case when there's not a conflict of interest. And what it says is that an abstain vote not based on a stated conflict of interest of the voting member shall be counted as part of the quorum voting on the issue and shall be counted as a concurrence with the voting majority. If there is a tie vote, the abstain vote of the voting member shall be counted as part of the quorum voting on the issue, but will not be counted as either a concurrence or opposition with the majority vote and shall be recorded only as an abstain vote. So does that give any? Essentially, if there is a tie, then the abstain vote would not count for or against. If there is not a tie, then the abstain vote would still register as abstaining, but it would essentially be a vote of concurrence.
Thank you.
Okay.
I do have a comment. In further closer review of this item, Article 1, Item B under Purpose, says the Commission was created for the purposes of promoting, supporting, and improving the early development of children from the prenatal stage to 5 years of age. So because of this confusion and questions, it might be better served to say from 0 to 5 or birth to 5 or however it represents. I think this is somewhat misleading.
Certainly, if there's a motion to strike prenatal stage and insert birth, that would be something that the board could do.
Mary, does that better reflect?
That's fine.
That's okay. So I would make a motion.
Could I just have a restatement of that motion? We're going to be striking which?
Striking in, it would be Section 1, Subsection B, Purpose.
Purpose.
Striking prenatal stage and inserting birth.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Birth to 5.
Birth to 5.
So I'd make a motion to approve the revisions as stated. Article 1, B, Purpose, from 0 to 5, birth to 5 years for the first 5 Commission bylaws.
Okay, that's your motion. Second. So we have a motion by Supervisor Conti, second by Supervisor Wright, to accept or to approve the revisions, the first 5 Calaveras Commission bylaws, to include a little change.
And I do want to make comment. It does say the birth to 5 in other areas of this agreement. It was just the original purpose, so it's just conflicting.
So we're going to strike prenatal stage and add birth to 5 instead. Okay.
Yes. And that would include, question, that would include any other references in this? Example, section C intent has the same wording? Same page.
Well, that's in parentheses. So
I understand.
That explains that. But here it says 0 to 5. So should we change the 0 to birth as well?
Sorry, certainly you can change 0 to birth, or you can keep 0 but strike prenatal and.
Okay.
That's what I would, or what I would recommend.
Should we amend the motion, then, or do we need to?
Actually, I don't think we need to amend it, right?
I would, if there's additional changes to subsection C, I would amend the motion.
Rescind your second, and I'll restate it. So my motion includes to approve the revisions to the first 5 Calaveras Commission bylaws to make reference to birth to age 5 throughout the document, eliminating 0 or prenatal stages.
Okay. Okay. Chris, I second. And all in favor?
Aye.
Oh, okay, let's do that. Thank you, Don. Any public comment on our changes? We changed it again.
Still a question, boy. I'm sorry to create this complication.
We have 3R.
Oh, yeah, that's right. But the question remains that there are certain services prior to birth. Okay, how does that affect, what is it now? You going to give service prior to birth, or you just going to first time that, what do you want to call it? A zit, a life, whatever. Where are you going to start? After birth?
Yes.
Or is that,
Yes.
or is that prenatal? Prenatal,
First to 5. Peter, this document is related to bylaws.
I realize
So
that.
it's
But
talking.
you know what, ma'am? Just for what it's worth, that's going to be related to subject matter coming up with this.
Mm-hmm.
If you can make up your mind, make a decision on something like that, the Supreme Court can make a decision like that, and you're putting a yes or no, that's going to stick with you. You can't talk both sides of your mouth. Either you say yes, no, none of this maybe crap. Thank you.
Still a question? Any other public comments?
Just a short one. Thank you, Ms. Stetfield, for your clarification of that. I'd like to go to the positive side. I want to look at the negative side.
Okay, so can I have a vote from the board, please? Yeah. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. So we'll move on to the regular agenda. Administrative Office, adopt a resolution appointing Jeffrey Kovitz as Public Works Director effective March 23rd, 2015.
Thank you. Back in, I believe it was late summer of this past year, the board agreed to contract with Avery Associates to do a recruitment for the Public Works Director. After going through the resumes and backgrounds of many candidates, they put forth their best candidates to the board for interviews. The board did 2 rounds of interviews, the final one being on February 11th, and at the close of those interviews in closed sessions, they directed the county administrative officer to extend an offer to Mr. Jeffrey Kovitz as Public Works Director, which he accepted. Mr. Kovitz comes to us from MTE Engineering, where he served as Vice President and Senior Project Manager. He has over 25 years of experience in public works projects. He has worked for Caltrans as both an associate transportation engineer and associate bridge engineer. He has spent time as public works director and city engineer for the city of Placerville. In the balance of his career, he's been a consultant performing planning, programming, design, and construction of heavy civil public works projects for clients such as the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, National Park Services, Sacramento Regional Transit, and the counties of Humboldt, Mendocino, Santa Barbara, Plymouth, Sierra, Tuolumne, and Trinity. There was no discussion during the closed session of salary. There is a set rate for the Public Works Director, and that is what Mr. Krovitz will be paid, which is $148,740 annually. So this resolution before the board today will memorialize that job offer and appoint Mr. Krovitz as Public Works Director.
Any public comments?
Joe Kelly. I have a document here in my hand which is a press release that was sent out 13 days prior to today. In that press release states closed session pursuant to Government Code 54597 parentheses B parentheses 1. I can't find that code. I think it's supposed to be 54950 section coming down that, which deals with appointments or with that. But I had trouble finding it, so I was unable to. I'm also concerned in that back in October 26th, Mr. Edson made a comment when this pay raise thing blew up on the previous board. I believe the board has deceived the public, he said. They're talking about downsizing people who actually do the work out there on the roads. On top of that, we're a county of 45,000 people. Look at how many of those people are making over $125,000 a year. You know who's paying for it? Me, the business owner, and the people that are trying to make a living in this county. And all the while, the workforces in the county are shrinking. That was a quote, as printed in the Enterprise. I'm also concerned that you folks had the opportunity between the recruitment startup and between the Garcia going down to Temecula and living large, and then the recruitment. You had the opportunity to go back. You would have had the opportunity, I believe, if you had thought of it, is to go back to the 2012 pay scale of Mr. Garcia, which was $119,761.61, and then go back to that, do away with $139,264, go back to that one, come forward with the pay raises that were done at the time over the next year, and then be able to offer it at that. Instead, we get to pay additionally now for the man $148,000. He gets the Garcia pay raise that came under an illegal cloud of a board hearing, a closed session board hearing, and got a lot of scrutiny going on, but nothing happened.
30 seconds.
The other thing I have is, because of his 30-page document for his being fired and then rehired under suspension from Caltrans, have you provided Mr. Krovitz a written statement of his duties, use of equipment, time, vehicle, while acting in the position being appointed to? I'd like to know that one especially. If you're putting parameters of what he can and can't do, so he doesn't do the same thing to Calaveras County that he did to Caltrans numerous times, to include trying to intimidate one of his co-workers. We don't need that in Calaveras. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Kathy Topol. I'd just like to make a comment on hiring from out of county. How many times are we going to let people, and Shirley is an excellent example of that. Thank you for appointing her where she needed to be. I think she, in 25 years, you spent serving, but yet you kept bringing people in to replace her. I'm asking the same thing with Public Works Director. You know, it's like, let's use the people that care about Calaveras County. that live in Calaveras County. Thank you.
Good morning. George Fry. I want to thank Chris Wright for doing the right thing, no pun intended. He voted not to hire this gentleman, and he did the right thing. I did not hear one board member say anything negative about Robert Packinger as the interim. He came here prepared for every meeting that had anything to do with public works. Every meeting. And if there was something that was critical in some area of public works, he came prepared with that person that was in charge of it. He's a person that has been here for over 20 years. I don't get it. When are you going to wake up? I just don't get it. How could you do this? And it's interesting that this gentleman here brings up this gentleman that you just hired, because I did some snooping around too. This guy doesn't have a clean record. You need to check these things out. He has a record of intimidating people. What were you thinking? Or were you not thinking? Why didn't you go with Robert? He knows this county. He knows these roads. He gets along with all of the employees. What were you thinking? Thank you.
Robert Packinger. I'd like to thank everybody for their support. I'm looking forward to a great partnership with Jeff, and I'm positive that together we're going to keep the momentum of the department moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert.
I never miss a time to have my 2 cents in it, folks. How did that gentleman going to walk on water or part the sea for me? Okay. Bob is an excellent guy. I was hoping that he would get appointed. I get very suspicious anybody who has any association with Caltrans. I have very suspicious anybody have anything to do with those 2 bridges. $6 billion, $6 billion. That's a number of zeros, okay? But I haven't heard them give out. They're going to have inflatable, automatic inflatable, in case those bolts go out or leaks, you know. And gentlemen, it's not fair to pick on him. Just like I'm not going to be fair when I pick on your general plan manager. They got an opportunity. I don't blame them taking it. But what is going to become of it? For it's going to be a new butt. You know, this board, not this board, individuals, but this body, their track record of hiring people is despicable and shameful, at least. I don't think that young lady's been around for 25 years as a lawyer. She's way too young. She's past, not even past, teeny bonker age. But you guys have some good people in the county. They deserve a chance. The good, the bad, and the evil that's going on in the county. So it's not fair to him, and I told him it's nothing personal. But if he touched Caltrans, I trust him as far as I can see him, okay? Because that is a dirty, slimy, dirty organization. I'm trying to be diplomatic about it. Both bridges. Think about it. Next time you go in the tube, you have one of those life jackets that's going to take you up to the surface, the bolts rust. The reason I'm talking about it is because we had a gentleman, a family living in the 5th District, 30 years working with Caltrans. He boogied out of the state. He told me about the cement hardness, way above my pay grade. Those bolts, 5 years ago, they said it's going to be coming down. And all the people who screwed up, it's basically relationship relative to the people in the state. They just retired. They moved on. They moved out of the state with full pay and compensation. You're not going to see anybody with a white suit and a white hat with a shovel. They're so proud they accomplished. If the shit hits the fan, folks, you're not going to see them around. Now, there's no relationship to the show. It's my opinion.
Any other public comments? Okay.
I just wanted to clarify, comment by Mr. Kelly, the reference to government code section, it's 54957 rather than 54597. The 5 and the 9 were inadvertently reversed, but it is subsection B1.
Oh my God.
An oversight.
Never a mistake.
Typo.
That's a lot of hours. That's what that is. Okay. Any comments from the board? Jeff, would you like to come and address the board, please?
Thank you to the board for having some faith in me. I hope to live up to it. I enjoy the enthusiasm of your speaking public and your participatory public. I can't wait to get started. I've spent some time with Robert, attended a few meetings, and believe that we can make a real good team. So certainly understand your decision. I support it. Any questions for me?
None for me.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. So let's move back to the number 7 agenda item. Adopt a resolution appointing Jeffrey Krovitz as Public Works Director. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
And a second? Second. Okay, it's a motion by Supervisor Kearney, second by Supervisor Oliveira. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. 5-0.
Point of order again, sir. So you're not going to tell me if you provided Mr. Krovitz with a written statement of his duties, use of equipment, time, vehicle while acting in the position being appointed to?
I think it was noted earlier he's following the same county policy as all other employees.
He is, and the job description is clearly written, and he will be subject to all same county policies that every other employee is subject to.
Is it as clearly written as Caltrans's policies would be then? Did he appear to not know or ignore or not be told personally? That was his
Kelly,
he wasn't told
your question
personally.
was answered. Thank you.
I'm just letting the people
Your question
know
was
that you
answered,
folks.
Mr. Kelly. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you too,
Thank
sir.
you. Yes. The board wishes to take a 5-minute break. Thank you. All right, let's return to our meeting, please. So, number 8 is from the administrative. Receive information regarding the potential releases of water from Lake Tulloch and the possible adoption of a resolution in support of the efforts of local entities, special districts, and the government officials related to this issue. And Shirley's going to go ahead and introduce.
Thank you, Chair Edson. We have with us today Susan Larson with Tri-Dam Project, who will do a presentation regarding the issues surrounding Tulloch Reservoir and the current water situation. Also in the audience is Dave Egerton from CCWD that will also have a few words for the board after Susan is done. And there was a meeting held on Saturday down in Carporapolis regarding this issue. And I believe Supervisor Ponte wanted to make a couple of comments prior to Susan's presentation.
Thank you. This item was brought to our attention at our last meeting as a result of Oakdale Irrigation District sending out some information about the potential of water levels at Lake Tulloch, and we heard public comment. We since discussed about having a special meeting, which we set a date for, but in finding out key players that could attend the meeting to provide us information, we realized that special meeting date did not work out well, and this our regular meeting would be a much better date. We had extended the offer of Susan Larson, representing Tri-Dam, to come and talk about the Tulloch Reservoir and what they're up against in regards to our fourth drought year and going forward, some of the issues and concerns they have, and folks from CCWD as well, as it's the main drinking water domestic use for the Copperopolis region. And we have since made outreach to our federal and state legislative folks in regards to this issue. So Saturday's meeting was held and hosted by Tri-Dam, and they did an excellent job presenting the history of the project and where they are now and going forward, some of their concerns. It was probably the most well-attended Copperopolis meeting I've ever attended. There was, a standing room crowd only of about 300 people, and probably another 50 or so that were turned away at the door just because we didn't have the space to accommodate. It was attended by folks from Tri-Dam and Oakdale Irrigation. I know folks from the prison were there, folks from CCWD were there, the supervisor from Tuolumne County, and representatives from Congressman McClintock's office and Mr. Bigelow and Ms. Berryhill and such. So it's a very well-attended meeting by many folks really concerned about what it means this year and years in the future in regards to Lake Tulloch and kind of that whole Stanislaus River system, including Maloney's and other rivers and reservoirs and dams and this sort of thing. So I'm pleased to have Susan here today, and thank you, Susan, for coming to make this presentation to the board. We could be here probably 3 hours based on the presentation and Q&A. So Susan and I discussed making a mini version here of this particular presentation and then be able to have some Q&A with the public. So thank you, Susan.
Thank you, and thank you again. My name is Susan Larson. Thank you for the invitation to be here today. The PowerPoint that I'm going to go through is the same one that we prepared for Saturday's meeting, as Supervisor Ponte indicated. It's short in February, as soon as the information started to come to light that the water situation this year might be more difficult than we expected. I and our agency took the lead in scheduling that meeting. We sent out many notices because we felt it was important to speak to people in Copperopolis and inform them of the facts and assure them that although we don't know what the situation will be, and as I sit here today, that is the same. We don't know, but I'll explain what we do know and the facts and how we've assured the public and CCWD, and I'm here to assure you that our agency will walk through this situation with the county, with CCWD, and all the other agencies. That being said, the name on the slide, in addition to mine, is Ron Berry. That's our general manager. He wishes to apologize that he is not here with me, but he's attending another meeting to keep abreast of this issue. This is a slide we submitted to the folks. Why are they here? Of course, we knew why they were here. There were signs all over Copperopolis, and I was receiving hundreds of emails and phone calls every day about the issue of drain. Words mean a lot, as you know, and words each have a specific meaning. And one of the first items that we sought to address is the word drain. And drain implies a bathtub. Tulloch Reservoir is not a bathtub. We don't pull the plug and drain it. But we quickly, and what I need for you to know as well is we are talking not drain, but whether or not drawdown will be necessary. These were some of the headlines that undoubtedly you were seeing and causing your constituents to call and appear at your public comment period. Why are we here and why am I here? like the public, our agency does care. Water is our agency, so we are just like the public. We manage the reservoir and we generate power. We live in the community and we live all up and down the watershed. We are in the midst of a drought and we do have mandates to release that water. What's Tri-Dam? It's kind of interesting. I've worked with the agency for 17 years and I constantly am asked, what is Tri-Dam? Quite simply, we're a water and power agency. We operate and 3 power facilities. We actually operate 4, but we operate 3 reservoirs, and thus the name Tri-Dam. We are an agency formed from our 2 irrigation districts, Oakdale Irrigation District and South San Joaquin Irrigation Districts. They operate Donnell's, Beardsley, Sandbar Powerhouse, and Tulloch Reservoir. Quickly going to go through this slide. This is our furthest upcountry reservoir on the Stanislaus River, Middle Fork. Here's Beardsley. It's about 9 miles downstream from Donnell's. And obviously the flagship of interest to the public and to Calaveras County. Normal summer operating level is between 506.5 and 509.5. Maximum storage of this reservoir is 66,968 acre-feet of water. We function as an after bay. We sit, as you probably know, directly downstream from the New Melones Reservoir. As I said originally, OID and SSJ originally started pursuing. Their farmers, they knew their farmers needed water, so they started developing these 3 facilities and started building them. They were constructed, Donnell's and Beardsley were constructed 1955 for a total cost of $31 million. Tulloch and Goodwin Reservoir, which is Goodwin is just downstream from Tulloch, $18.5 total project cost in 1955 dollars, $49 million. Federal dollars invested, 0. State dollars invested, 0. Taxpayer dollars invested, 0. OID and SSJID farmers, obviously $49,700,000. The districts obtained pre-1914 water rights within that basin. And just to give folks that were interested, if we were to convert that original investment to 2015 dollars, we're talking about $433 million. Those facilities, as I said, were built to store water and provide irrigation to downstream water users. This is just a general slide. I don't have a pointer, but it illustrates in relation how those upcountry reservoirs, where they're situated and how the entire basin operates with waters being caught uphill and flowing down into Tulloch. How are reservoirs levels at Tulloch established? The U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, as a federal agency, as you know, they determine the operating levels that Tri-Dam has to operate at. Normal winter schedule, we always go down about 10 feet each winter because we are for flood storage. So we normally range each winter between 498 and 501. And what typically happens is we'll get a schedule from the Bureau each year telling us, typically in mid-September, we start drawing down about a foot a week to get to that low level to provide for flood storage for the valley. And then in March of each year, we typically get a schedule from the Bureau that says we're to bring the reservoir up, and we fill at that same slow rate. Water distributions. As you have heard, and as we explained to the public, we're required to make many releases from Tulloch for river flow requirements. And this is where the whole subject of the federal mandates that come to us. Many of our mandates come from the Environmental Species Act, for fisheries, for salinity down in the delta, and for dissolved oxygen. So many times we will get a schedule and told to make releases, and sometimes those can even change on a daily or weekly basis, depending what the Bureau, the results of the monitoring downstream that they get. And then the district's irrigation demands. They take their water just below Tulloch, it's diverted, and it goes to two canals, one going to OID and the other going to SSJID. This slide illustrates for the folks that were present on Saturday a little bit about the history. Actually, many folks don't know that the original Malones Reservoir was actually built, planned, and constructed by the districts. It was ultimately became a federal project, and you're probably familiar with the construction of the new Malones Reservoir. Interesting facts about that: maximum reservoir elevation is 1,088 feet. Maximum reservoir storage is 2.4 million acre-feet of water. It's an important number, as you'll see. Again, the regulatory agencies along the basin that have a part to play in how the Bureau sets the levels that Tulloch is maintained at. Obviously, Bureau of Reclamation, State Water Resources Control Board, National Marine Fisheries Service, they have a very big role in this basin. U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. So those are all of the agencies that have a say in the amount of water that's stored, that we're allowed to continue to store, and the amount that we must release. Now we get to the great part. We are in the fourth dry year, as you know. Average rainfall for our Middle Fork of Stanislaus River is 37.5 inches. And our water year goes from July 1st through June 30th of each year. It's a little different than the way lots of agencies have their year, but our water years are done and calculated based upon a July 1st to June 30th. So you can see 2011-12, we only received 26.34. 2012-2013, 27.83. 2013 to 2014, 25.75. And here you have it. 2014 to 2015, 17.44, or 47% of normal rainfall. So you can see what's happening. Our current snow survey, March 1st, showed that we only have 13% of normal sitting up the hill. And that snowpack is what allows reservoirs to be full in the summertime. April 1st projection, which obviously we don't have yet, but we guess it's going to be even worse at about 12%, because the recent rain that we did get actually decreased the snowpack. This is another slide that illustrates what's happened to our upcountry reservoir that provides water for Tulloch. You can see that at the end of September, it was holding 1.5 million acre feet. The end of September 2013, it's dropping just a little over a million. And September 2014, we had only 519,000 acre feet of water. So that brings us to the million-dollar question: where will we be at the end of 2015? Slide illustrates an important part of what's happened to New Malones in recent years, about the storage going down as compared to the modeling that was done. And the modeling that was done projects what's really going to happen if we continue to have to be forced to live with some of the mandated releases. There's another slide that also talks about what's happening to New Malones and how it's getting lower and lower. And while our agency tries to do the very best job we can to hold water in our upcountry reservoirs, and those upcountry reservoirs are one of the main reasons that we didn't have to do a drawdown last year, because the irrigation districts, we anticipated this. We anticipated after the first dry year, we started looking at making plans and projections. So because of cutbacks and holding water up the hill, combined with some things, we were able to keep Tulloch full. With what's happening to New Malones, it became very apparent that we might not be able to do that this summer, and that's why we wanted to hold that meeting. That's why I'm here. That's why you're asking for this information. Again, here's another estimate of where we might be at the end of month storage, September. bottom line here is the shortfall down at the bottom. That as that number continues to drop with less water available in New Melones, it makes it harder and harder for Tulloch to stay at its operating levels. Both districts, OID and SSJID, have both already imposed restrictions on their farmers. But what we told the folks on Saturday is that there is no crystal ball that we have. If the releases continue to be imposed upon us at the rate they have been, we may have to take water from Tulloch sometime midsummer, late summer, we don't know, but to provide cold water to meet those mandated release requirements. This is a slide which obviously is not good for this room, but folks got the picture on Saturday. You can see, obviously, we're not alone. In fact, we've been in better shape than most other reservoirs. You can see that Pedro is 43% of normal, and you can see Epchecker Reservoir, which most folks in the audience are familiar with. That's the community over at McClure, where they've been told you may not even have water to drink in another 30 days. Thankfully, as I sit here, although I can't promise that we won't draw down and pull Tulloch down, thankfully we've met with CCWD and we feel very comfortable that people at Calaveras County Water District serves around Copperopolis will have water to drink, will have water to supply their homes. Again, what can we expect? We've already received the schedule from the Bureau about filling, and we've been told to bring the reservoir up starting in March. But we don't know yet what's going to ultimately happen come summer. We've made our projections. We told the folks, if we've been meeting with the Bureau on a regular basis, our agency spends well over $1 million each year providing scientific fish study data so that we can discuss with the Bureau, the National Marine Safety scientists, all the other regulatory agencies that I mentioned. We spend time, and our attorneys spend time weekly, monthly, trying to show them our data, trying to show them that even if we were to reduce those levels, we can protect the species that are required to be protected. So we're still, one of the things we said last Saturday is, although we are coming up, and we think we might have water through September and start a drawdown in the fall as normal. We may have to go down farther than normal, but we don't know that. And so that is what we presented. But that's not the end of this story. We need to look at 2016 and beyond. And this slide illustrates, the two potential for 2016. We could have a normal rainfall year, and so we could start to increase reservoir storage. We could have another dry year, which would mean that folks at Tulloch would see additional drawdowns. We could actually get to a condition, should dry winters continue, that we get to a run-of-river situation. And run-of-river means what flows out is only what's flowing in. And so they both kind of culminate into sort of our discussion with folks that there needs to be a dry year release policy where during dry years release mandates are relaxed. And we need to be allowed to continue to store all available water in upper reservoirs. What's ahead? Obviously, this is following Saturday's meeting. This PowerPoint is on our website, tridamproject.com. We indicated we'd be making this presentation. We'll also be speaking to Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors. We assured the folks that we would be making direct updates to local agencies. Calaveras County Water District, we're also meeting with the prison. We're also meeting with CAL FIRE to make sure that what water is available is used to protect the citizenry. We are posting weekly updates starting this Friday on our website so that we can tell folks every week what's happening. Is it tracking the way we think, or is the situation changing both? I'd like to say that it might change for the better, but given that we're not getting any precip, I doubt that that's possible, but if the situation deteriorates, we'll post those weekly updates. We'll finalize the schedule, we'll post it, and should we have to draw down the reservoir below what normal levels, we've indicated to the public that we will be sending out a direct mail letter to each and every waterfront property owner, apprising them of what they can expect. Our FERC license, or Federal Energy Regulatory Commission license, specifies that we are to give people 10 days notice. We have told the public we will far exceed that by a direct mail notice, giving them as much notice as we possibly can. So as soon as we know it, they'll know it. And then we also, I told folks that we would be convening a special Tulloch Advisory Committee comprised of our staff, agencies, business owners, and local representatives. I've called it Team Tulloch. We will be meeting regularly, and we will walk through not only this year, but coming years. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any comments from the public? Oh, I'm sorry. Now, let's let Dave Egerton from CCWD have a couple of moments, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Thank you for allowing me to speak for a few minutes. I want to thank Sue. I appreciate all the time and effort you put in and your staff at Tri-Dam since we got notice of the possibility that there could be a change in operations due to the drought at Tulloch, and it really was for CCWD. This is obviously something of big concern to us. We have 2,500 connections in the Copper area, and this is our sole water supply for those residents and businesses. And so obviously we've got to do whatever it takes to keep them served. It's necessary for public health and safety, and that's a very serious obligation we have. And I really appreciate the willingness of Tri-Dams to work with us, share information. They've been meeting with our operations staff and trying to really understand what their plans are, what they really see is happening. You know, some of these things won't be known for sure really until we get through this month, but, you know, looking at days like today with the clear skies and the warm temperatures, it doesn't bode well for us for additional runoff. So we really appreciate that, and even more so the fact that they're looking to find a way to keep the elevation up so that we don't daylight our intake at the reservoir. We do have an intake in the lake that we serve the community with at an elevation of 465 feet. So there's obviously a point at which we could be impacted. Even before you get to daylight of the intake, there would be consequences, and if you're taking in air and trying to operate that, some vortex problems. And so that's good news to hear at this point. Obviously, you know, we won't know again until we really get through this month. But what we're doing to try to get ready for next year, and that really is the big concern at this point, I think. You know, clearly, if you look at the elevation levels or the storage levels that we have right now in Malonis, each year the last 3 years, it's really continued to deteriorate dramatically. I think we were at almost 1.5 million acre feet in storage 2 years ago. Now we're at about 600,000 acre feet of storage. That's the flexibility that reclamation relies upon to operate that reservoir for all the many commitments that it has. And those are serious commitments. I mean, there are many legal requirements. The Central Valley Project serves millions of acres of farmland across the state and millions of residents across the state. And it's operated in cooperation jointly with the State Water Project that delivers much of the state its municipal industrial water supply. On top of that, you've got all of the environmental requirements that were imposed under the Central Valley Project Improvement Act in the early 90s that said that it also had to be operated to meet fish requirements, fish flows, and other environmental habitat requirements. So, you know, there's so many layers to this, like most things in California water. But again, I think our best way to deal with this really collectively is to work directly with the other agencies downstream, Tri-Dam, Oakdale, South San Joaquin Irrigation District, and certainly to involve the county as well in its obligations and responsibilities as really being the steward of the health and safety of our community. But really trying to work to influence how the reservoir is operated. The decisions that are made both at Reclamation and by the State Water Board on the operation of that project, and trying to make sure that they understand that this is a critical water supply, both at Tulloch and from what comes from Malonis, that for our communities. both for our municipal needs, our commercial needs, and for the agricultural supply. And obviously, the ag customers are at enormous impacts. Initial allocations on the Central Valley project right now for agriculture south of the Delta is a zero allocation. I mean, that's extraordinary. That's why we have all the challenges we do with groundwater overdraft and pumping in many of these areas where they have no other solution to try to keep their crops alive. So in any event, I just want to say I think this is actually, in some ways, there's a silver lining to this, and that we really do have the opportunity to forge a strong relationship between agencies and really put our efforts together towards trying to influence what happens in Sacramento and in D.C. And to that point, I really, and I think, we cover 2 congressional districts. It gives us the opportunity to have Congressman McClintock and Denham to be able to work side by side for our efforts. That strengthens our efforts. As well, we do have ongoing negotiations or continuing in Congress on a drought bill, and we hope, and I know OID and SSJAD and have tried in the past with the last iteration of the drought bill to get some assistance in the operations of Malonis that would be beneficial for our communities. I would love to see us join forces on that and really try to come up with something that really is good for our interest on the river system and the reservoirs that we're talking about today. So, lastly, I just want to point out that what we're doing right now to try to get ahead of next year is we are in direct contact with the state. Department of Water Resources has been very available to us and are trying to work with us to find a way that we can get state funding to go ahead and do some of the improvements that would provide us some more flexibility at Tulloch so that we could actually lower intake below that 465 elevation level. That's a very expensive proposition, at least $100,000 more for us to do that. So we very much need some state assistance to be able to do that. And there's a lot of effort and a lot of money there going towards that, towards drought relief. We've seen it, across the state and our region. So we want to make sure we position ourselves for that and try to get ahead of what happens next year. And again, I want to thank Sue, thank her staff, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Any questions?
Thanks.
Thank you. All right. Now we'll go to public comment.
Sacramento Taxpayer Association, thank you for allowing me to make these comments and for an excellent presentation. And our friends at CCWD, we have some good harmony working between the different agencies and with the Board of Supervisors. The problem, I don't think, is a problem of coordination with the agencies. I think the problem is federal policy and state policy. We have things that are happening that just don't make sense. In times of drought, it doesn't make sense to waste water. It doesn't make sense to waste water. Sending water, draining the reservoirs to save fish or to put water into replace salt water or to provide lower temperature water, oxygenation. These are just crazy. By draining the lakes, we're in deep doo-doo. All 3 of those things are bad federal policy. They need to be changed. They need to be changed. It's hard for a permittee on the FERC to question their landlord. However, there isn't a problem with the Board of Supervisors representing citizens in the county on when it's clear there's some flawed federal policy happening. And so the resolution that you have before you to consider is nice, but it doesn't really address the problem. The problem is flawed federal policy. In times of drought, the federal government must cease and desist wasting any of the water from New Melones or Lake Tulloch or anywhere else. And this message needs to be clear. It needs to go to our state representatives and also our federal representatives. And I think McClintock will be a friend to us on that if it's clear that we see that this is the nature of the problem. So we'd recommend that you would change the resolution and add a clause that recognizes the flawed federal policy wasting this money, and that you urge all our representatives to take action immediately. Thank you.
Vicki Ranke, Calaveras County Republicans. And I want to thank Sue again. I did see your presentation on Saturday as well, and I thought it was well done and really gave a lot of good information for the people. And of course, I walk away from this, again, not blaming Tri-Dams or anyone else, but the same thing. I think Lake Tulloch, the draining of, or the release of water from Lake Tulloch is a result of bad federal and state policy, and that water releases for fish is taking hundreds of thousands of acre feet of our water needed for the people and farmers, and it's really apparent when we're in a drought. Her slide showed that Lake Maloney's was over 1 million acre feet of water just 3 years ago. It's down to 500,000 acre feet. That's incredible. I mean, we're almost out of water. And I think that this is a very, very serious issue, and that we do need immediate response. Sometimes it takes this to wake us all up and say, you know what? We should have been taking care of this a long time ago, which we've been warned. McClintock has been warning us for several years that this was coming. But just look over at Tuolumne County. The Lake Don Pedro community is going to be out of water in the summer. I don't know where those people are going to live, but they will have no water. Lake McClure is down to almost empty, and that's where their water comes from. This could happen to us too. You think not, but it can. When you see the down of the water in New Maloney's, that huge, huge body of water, it's possible that we will get down to that point where there's no water for us either. And the people down in the valley, they probably don't realize, they don't see it with their eyes. We do, that we're almost out of water. So I just wanted to say that it is important, and it is a real reality for us in this county as well. And also to ask for our support, the people. We need to stand up as citizens to this and ask our federal government to work with Tom McClintock. Again, he's been working on this for a long time. He's tried to get the Congress to go along with this, but he has to convince all these other states that this is important. So we need to start letting the right people know. You can call McClintock's office, ask who you can write to that you're ready to help. We will be doing that. I hope our Board of Supervisors realizes how important this issue is, and that if you don't stop the federal government, what they really want to do is push more water during drought times down those rivers, because they need more water for the fish. We want them to do less or none. So anyway, I want to encourage everybody to get behind any legislation that is being put forward to stop this nonsense and make sure that we can live in Calaveras County with water. Thank you.
Hello, Board. My name is Helen Gallagher from Arnold, and this whole water situation that we have now, the regulations that people are complaining about were put into place to protect us during these seasons of drought. Looking at where we are now, we wouldn't even be here if these regulations had not been put into place by people who had reacted to drought situations that we have here in California, and that will continue to come and will continue to get worse. If we take away these mandates that have been put in place now, things are going to get worse. We have to put in mandates for development. We have to put in mandates to irrigation with these farmers. If farmers can grow agriculture in Israel using drip irrigation and provide for their country with their food and agricultural, how can we drive through the valley and see water being wasted by evaporation with sprinkler systems going on in the middle of the day with the heat, when we could be, if you're going to use sprinklers, use them in the cool of the evening. Use drip irrigation so that we can save water on the other end of our reservoirs here. If it wasn't for these reservoirs being put in, we wouldn't have the population that we have now that is running out of water because they're using our water to irrigate their lawns and to make things pretty and green in California, which is a desert climate. And with the changes in the weather that's going on, it's getting worse. And every credible prediction shows that our drought situation is going to get worse, it's going to last longer, come more frequently, and to pull these mandates out now that are stopgapping the quality of our water. When fish die, when there's no oxygen in the water, in the droughts that we've had in the past, my sister living in Concord has had my mother coming up here filling milk jugs with water so that they can drink water in Concord that isn't full of salt coming out of their taps. I mean,
30 seconds.
People are very selfish, trying to change things to make things palatable for them here now. When we talk about future generations in taxes and all these other things, what about the water? There's only so much water in California. We're going to get less, and these people have got to understand that maybe we should have mandates on use of water in our homes and possibly mandates on development and restricting the number of people that we allow to have water.
Good introduction, folks. Because I totally disagree with some people, you know. I don't care if bimbos or bimbettes. First and foremost in this world is the human being, as far as I'm concerned. I don't care if you're going to take fish and put in a turbine and chum it down to LA. That's fine. But, yes, you're not going to create water. You're not going to destroy water. If I have a glass of water, when I'm through with it, I go behind the bush and put it back in the soil. So I don't destroy water, folks. And I know what fish do in water also. Now, but I want to thank you. But what I would like to know, first of all, what happened to all the money for all these past years, couple of decades, that went into taking care of our water needs? I'd like to know some name, ranks, and serial numbers. Who were the leaders of society who took decisions? I don't care if it's wetland or whatever. How many billions or millions of dollars were spent to remedy this situation, and they took advantage of it? You don't see the name, rank, and serial number of those folks. I'd like to know, there's a number of agencies was listed. And on those agencies, there are a whole bunch of people that are appointed. I'd like to know name, rank, and serial number of the people who appointed them. I want to give credit where credit's due. Because all we get is nameless folks, water districts, whatever, but you can't go out and touch somebody and tell them, hey, you screwed up. And I think your constituents should be known. You want to promote, that's fine. I see a lot of people, a lot of agencies want to have the power, but none of them have the physical attributes to take responsibility for it. For many years now, we were talking about water is worth more than gold and silver. You're not going to drink gold.
30 seconds.
That's wood. We're one of the wealthiest county in a state. We're very fortunate. We like it. But I'm not here for the fish. If you want fish, next county they have fisheries, folks. The county have fisheries. they're releasing salmon or whatever fish they have. So it can be done. Now, some people don't like the idea there's too many people around. Hey, show me an example. Get your butt out of here then. I like it here. You know? And I think the last election kind of showed you. My family comes before that fish.
Thank you, Peter.
You're welcome, sir. I'm sure your family comes before fish, too.
Any other public comments?
Hello again. I'm George Burkhardt. I'm a resident in Copperopolis. I'm going to try and not repeat what other people have said, but big picture is we have an entire state water crisis, not just us, the entire state. And the really unfortunate thing is most people do not realize and appreciate how dire the circumstances are. Since the new higher dam was built on Maloney's in 1978, the population of California has increased 42%. I can't tell you the percentage of the increase of economic development, meaning businesses, additional agriculture, and so on, but those things together require a tremendous amount of additional water. Our water comes from the sky precipitation, snow, and rain, and we've historically relied on that and hoped we got enough. But since 1978, and just with the population increasing 42%, the state of California has only increased storage capacity 3.4%. Storage capacity is absolutely necessary when we're fortunate enough to get good precipitation, which we have not now for 4 years. Some of the folks talked about conservation. I absolutely agree with that. There has been little to no conservation done throughout the entire state of California, either using less water or reusing the water that has been used at least once. And then the third item is creation, and you can actually create water with a desalination plant. There are none operating in California today. Next year, the Carlsbad plant should become operational after a 7-year delay.
37.
And that will be the largest desalination plant in the Western Hemisphere. We should have those all along the California coast. But more specifically here in our area, we have federal regulations, perhaps well-meaning, years ago to help steelhead and salmon, and there are experts that have said those releases have little to no actual beneficial effect, yet they waste billions and billions of gallons of water that the people need. So I urge this board to formally adopt a resolution to eliminate those inflexible resolutions, or at the very least to suspend those inflexible regulations during a period of drought. And last item
is up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Richard Singer. I'm a resident of Copperopolis as well. I won't go through everything else that has been said, but I think there was a slide up about Maloney's and the difference between what it has, what it could have and what it does have. And from everything I've read and heard, if the issue of the many amounts of water used for fish flows had been suspended at least, or if not suspended totally, then lowered from the first time this was first evidence of a drought occurring, that we would have about twice as much water in that reservoir as we do now. So it is the federal regulations that need our attention, and I also urge you all to create a resolution in support of our local agencies in getting these things adjusted with some common sense entering the future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Richard Cleveland. I'm a longtime resident of the county and live at Copperopolis. I'm an environmentalist. I'm a sportsman, a fisherman. Used to be a licensed guide here in the area. And I want to pick up where George and Sue left off, kind of at the question mark. We don't really know what the future brings for us, other than the fact we do have a problem to address. And the solution is water, lack of water, nothing else. Fish don't count. There are no fish in the Stanislaus system that is on the endangered species list. Salmon can be reintroduced manually, artificially, in a year's time. If we solve the drought problem, the fish will return. They cannot be considered as an issue to solve our problem today, in my opinion. So I would like to hear more about alternatives of what we can do. Obviously, we hope for the best, but we have to plan for the worst, and I haven't heard that yet. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
I'm Bill Miller, and I lived on Lake Tulloch for about 20 years now. And all that time, we've been hearing that they need cold water for the salmon run. And I'd like to ask Susan a question about that. One of the things that I'd like to ask you, what happens if we have to lower Lake Tulloch during the summer, and then when September comes for the salmon run, aren't we going to be letting warm water out instead of cold water because it's not so deep? Just a question.
You want me to respond? That's a consideration. I mean, that is a consideration. That's why we're working so hard on trying to address these questions. And one of the studies that we just are working on and commissioned a consultant to start again was to do temperature modeling so that we can present that to the federal and state agencies. So essentially we're working on now doing temperature modeling to show as the reservoir, should the reservoir draw down, what water temperatures can we expect, and what would that do if we release that water? Because again, we have to present that data to those agencies and hope that they can compel their supervisors and the authorities to look at that data and make credible decisions based upon that.
Can I ask how much that consultant costs?
The newest consultant?
Yeah.
I'm not sure sitting here. But, you know, as I said earlier, this is not a new issue. This is not a new campaign. Our districts have been spending well over $1 million each year. We had a campaign, or it was called Save the Stan campaign. It started back in 2009 because some of the folks in our agency saw these things coming.
Thank you. So, needless to say, it's pretty substantial about the amount of money has been spent on these studies.
It's almost mind-boggling. The fact that, you know, you're spending a lot of money on good science, reputable, objective science, and you submit it, and yet it doesn't seem to even be considered.
Any other comments from the public?
I'm Jot French, a resident of Copperopolis. My concern is when they require so much feed every year for all the different things they need. So if we have a more severe drought next year, how do they get those gallons of feed? And if they do, then there's absolutely no water left. CCWD is trying to put their intake valves deeper, but if the water gets so low, wouldn't it be a dead pool in Lake Tolek? So then where is the water for Lake Tolek community? That's my question. Do you know?
Because again,
those
my
numbers don't
crystal
speak.
ball, the crystal ball sitting here. And honestly, that's one of the things that we discussed a bit on Saturday is, what if? And we are continuing to try and plan for the worst by, working with CCWD. For example, we know their intake is at 465. We know how low the reservoir has to go to get to where that would be, still usable. And we've told them we will try and we'll work with them to try and help them secure grant funding, because it probably makes sense to try and look to put them deeper anyway, because we know we might go through another drought cycle, so probably good opportunity. But to answer your question, sitting here, obviously, if we reach the point where we have another couple of drought years, we reach the point where there aren't. You can't make fisheries releases. And so state or federal agencies can fine us, but there just wouldn't be that availability. So all that we can do is do our best to plan for the worst, hope for the best, but continue, as was discussed by the gentleman, Mr. Jack Cox and Mr. Don Wells, and working on establishing an advocacy committee to try and bring forth some policy changes that speaker after speaker has said. So we all just need to work together to do, the best that we can do and hope for rain. We know that rain will come ultimately, and we have to do our very best in the interim to work through this together.
So what you're saying is that you would have to not send out the water for the fish flow because you wouldn't have it, but then that's after if there's no more water. Can that be done before there's no more water? That's the question.
That's why our agency does the scientific study, and we go try to meet with the Bureau and the Central Valley Project to say, here's the data that these objective scientists have got to show that you can safely let us reduce the releases. And that's what we're doing on a daily, weekly basis. That's, part of the reason there's only one person from our agency today here, because we continue that battle.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Peter Rage, gentlemen. I'd like to mention that in the neighborhood, we have somebody called.
I'm sorry, did you already comment on this item?
Oh, can't comment again? No issues? Next item I will comment.
I'm sure there will be. All right, any other public comments? Let's bring it back to the board, please. Comments from the board?
I have some comments that I'll like to kick off with. So, one of the things that I've seen in the last at least 2-3 weeks, but I've actually seen this a lot longer, but because this issue is in front of our face right now, is, what I see is everyone locally is working together. And that can be rare sometimes. Seeing the various agencies in the community to come together. There's an advocacy group that is in the Lake Tolek who is trying to work with local representatives in the state and fed levels to talk about change and look at policy, because what we have now doesn't seem to be working when we have these dry and drought type years. One of the gentlemen that spoke at Saturday's Common, and he's a director with OID and has been there for quite some time, we need to be relentless, as he called it, as a community to speak up, each and every one of us, to our state and federal folks. We need to tell our story. We need to talk about how policy needs to be reviewed again, modified, however you want to term that, to look at these dry and drought years. We're moving into our 4th year our fifth year, taking a look, if we look at 2016 based on what we have now, it will just be a small running river through Maloney's and Lake Tulloch, but not just our region. This is statewide. The slide that, really made the impact to me was showing the increase in population, and the gentleman here mentioned it, but the increase in population that we have had over the last 20 years, and we have not kept up in regards to our water storage capabilities. And despite drought years or anything else, we just have not kept in touch with the growth of our population. We look at water conservation, and lady made a comment about that. Those are all wonderful things, and, we all need to be doing a better job with that. I just getting an education on recycling. Water's that same way, how we can be better efficient with our use of water. The resolution that was presented in our board packets, I took the liberty of revising it, you might say, adding some other language. I felt it needed to be stronger. We have our state and federal representatives looking to us here at the local level, whether it be the Board of Supervisors, TRIDAM, CCWD, joining together, and they need our assistance to have these regulatory agencies look at this kind of situation differently. And so I'd like to take a moment to kind of read this resolution, and perhaps board can comment a little bit more. And yes, it could be stronger. Maybe it is too nice. So I'm, thankful and open to any suggestions. So this is a resolution supporting the work of local entities, special districts, and federal and state representatives regarding the potential significant water releases from Lake Tulloch and New Maloney's in a dry and/or drought year. Whereas Lake Tulloch, built in 1957 to store water for irrigation, is operated by the Tri-Dam Project and owned by Oakdale Irrigation District and South San Joaquin District. In 1978, the Maloney's Dam was replaced with a new Maloney's Dam as a result of the Flood Control Act of 1962. The purpose of the reservoirs is to provide for irrigation, power, wildlife and fishery enhancement, recreation, and water quality. And whereas the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors supports the efforts of our state and federal representatives requesting the postponement of the release of water for fish flows during dry and/or drought years. The board emphasizes that the priority for water shall be for domestic water use and agricultural irrigation during dry and/or drought years. The board encourages and supports the ongoing efforts of water conservation from our citizens to support the domestic and agricultural needs of our region. The board recognizes the vital role of Lake Tulloch and New Maloney's Lake have on the viability of our economy and our region, as tourism and agricultural are our main industries. And whereas the drawdown of Lake Tulloch to its lowest levels will create a significant, long-reaching impact and financial hardship on local water districts, businesses, the community of Copperopolis, the county of Calaveras, and the region as a whole. So that's some language I'm suggesting for a resolution to go forward to our state and federal representatives to use in their cause, as well as sharing with our local districts. So any suggestions or comments would be appreciated.
Chair, I would concur with Supervisor Ponte on this revised resolution. Just want to make one fact clear. What if you did not allow the release of water for benefit of the fisheries as dictated by federal standards? What's that? Is it a finable amount per day? How does that work?
Yes, we subject our agency to penalties from state and federal agencies.
Do you have any idea what those penalties are?
Not specifically, but I know that they are very significant.
Thank you very much. Just wanted to verify that for the folks. What are the numbers? I don't know. Very significant, I guess.
They'd probably take over.
But, I mean, that's like asking me asking you, the Board of Supervisors,
what happens if you violate one of your county policies? Your council is going to say that's not something that we want to do because we can be suspect penalties, and that's what I'm telling you. It's a place where our agency, given that we have many permits and operating licenses, does not want to be in violation of state mandated and federal release mandates.
They can actually go as far as revoke those licenses.
We could be subject to a myriad of penalties which would jeopardize our ability to operate.
Okay. Supervisor Kearney?
I don't know anything to say.
Supervisor Wright?
Regards to the resolution, I always find it, because this ends up obviously going to, the highest level in our land in D.C., and, it's not easy for Congressman McClintock to get anything done there, or anybody, really. To try to be as inclusive as possible in the language, I like this language, but maybe we could put something in about, making sure that we utilize conservation and efficiency to its greatest potential, just to kind of, let them know that we're aware that conservation and efficiency are other ways of preserving water for us as well as the environment. Just so, throwing a bone there to other folks. Because I think really, if you get down and look at some of the ag practices like are mentioned here, they're not all, they're not all
The best practice.
For the area we live in, we're not utilizing our water to its fullest potential. And so if we could reflect some language in there, I don't have anything off the top of my head, but that would be great. Because I think we have to. More storage is great, but even if we, didn't allow any water to run out into the rivers, we still are. If we continue this drought, we're going to run out of water. That's just what happens. And so we need to. And we knew that back in 1977. That's one of the reasons, but we keep forgetting it because then it rains and snows for several years, and we're like, oh, that's great. We can go ahead and do everything we want to do. And then, a few years later, we're back to square one. So we really have to concentrate on making sure we're utilizing our water and conservation, recycling, using our storm water, in a better way. That water is really an avenue that we could use that storm water to recharge our ground aquifers in many cases. Desal. So we need to really, concentrate on that end of it, regardless of how much supply we want to put into place. If it doesn't rain and snow, and we're looking at the long-time trends, we're going to be in a drier state, and not only the state of California, but also you have to include the West as a whole, because California actually gets water from the Colorado River. So, and the expectations there are it's going to be drier and drier there as well. So, we really have to get off of the debate of water for fish versus water for humans, because there's just not enough water, period. And how do we? And the ag users are huge users of water. They use somewhere around 75% to 80% of our water goes to ag. And so how do we get to that? That I think is part of the crux of the problem. Is how do we get starting to move up into the 21st century where we're utilizing conservation and efficiency tools for the 21st century rather than where we're at now. We're still utilizing the same, in some cases, the same thing they did 10,000 years ago. So, I think it's time to address that instead of just, so if we could have a line in there that says all that, what I just said.
We have the technology. Exactly. Okay, so I guess it's my turn now. Very much in support of the resolution, like the one that Debbie suggested. I would also like to you know, as I've been in this position, I've noticed that we have a lot of programs and regulations and a lot of things that were meant for good things when they were formed or processed. But over time, things change, and we don't seem to be really good at updating our programs, processes, and regulations. And I think it's time for that. If we could roll with the punches, it would be way better than just you know, feeling fat one day and getting punched the next day real hard. So I also believe that in here it says, whereas the county, Calaveras County Board of Supervisors supports the efforts of our state and federal representative requesting the postponement of the release of water for fish flows during dry and drought or drought years. I also feel like there needs to be something in there that specifically states that the state and federal regulations need to be modified to be able to allow us to manage the situation in a much more realistic way, and by using scientific data, not just because somebody feels like, gee, I feel real strongly about that tree or something like that. Scientific data is what would give us the balance on that. And it should prioritize use for people, and it could be based on population. You know, like Chris was saying, in the 70s, we had a drought, and it may not have hit us as hard then as it does now because our population has increased tremendously, but there's been nothing to adjust us to that. And now we got the same water supply, but we don't have the same amount of people using it, the same amount of everything using it. Although I'm pretty sure that there's been a lot more conservation efforts since then. So that takes care of the regulations part of it. Recycling is big. You know, we recycle in Calaveras County about 85% of our water. And if you go to some place like San Francisco or the Bay Area, they're recycling about 10% of their water. So imagine those large populated areas, if they would turn that around and do as good a job as we're doing here. There would be a tremendous difference in the amount of water that would be able to sit in those reservoirs. And plus, again, the conservation. The other thing is, I got to use this for time for a plug here, watershed management. You know, we have the ability with science to be able to produce a greater yield of water and reduce our wildfires at the same time. So that goes into water quality. So we could actually, you can't make water appear suddenly. I guess if you see the clouds, if there are any clouds, you might be able to get something going there. But really, what we should be doing is managing our watershed to be able to maximize potential for your greatest yield and still keep your environment very healthy. We don't do a very good job of that at all. As you can see, drive around anywhere and you can see it. Every one of those wax brush out there are taking water out of the ground and putting it up in the air, and then we don't get to see it. It keeps going over to Chicago. Storage. We have potential for the greatest storage in California, and that is the Sierra Nevadas. So if we were able to maximize our snowpack and store that snowpack longer, then we would essentially increase our storage. If you slow down the process for the melt and slow down that process, that water goes into the ground and it replenishes our aquifers. It also goes into our reservoirs, but it also replenishes the groundwater in the San Joaquin Basin, which is the greatest user. So they're pumping, millions of gallons out of San Joaquin Basin, and they're going to take it from the surface if they don't get it from the ground. Conservation. I was in Fresno a couple of weeks ago, and there's a brand new almond farm that's been planted. Pretty good size. But they use all electronics. So they have a drip system that is controlled by an electronic monitoring system. So it tells you how much moisture is in the ground for each tree and how much water gets dispensed to each tree. It's very efficient. Then you walk, you drive around, even in San Joaquin, down here in Stockton, in that area, you see still walnut fields that are still being surface flooded. You know, it's just a lot of inefficiencies going on, and we could do a lot better. It could make a big difference. So I'm thinking that here in this county, we can adopt this resolution with some changes to support our legislators in the efforts that they are pushing federally and state. And we need to think about people first, of course, but we also need to think about how we can make the changes in order to be more efficient in how we use water. And we also need to make sure that we are managing our watersheds the way they should be managed so that we can produce a greater water yield. So that's about all I have, except for, are you getting all this down? So we aren't going to put all that on, huh?
Mr. Chair, one quick comment.
Go ahead.
Do we have any ag users in the room that could fill us in on their role and what's going on here? Any ranchers or farmers?
They're not ranching and farming.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think, I think most of the irrigation is happening outside of the county. Yeah.
But to sort of also answer your question, most people, in addition to being out ranching and farming, they are trying to do so this year in the face of severe curtailments and allotments to their farms and their ranches.
So, while I was in Fresno, I did a little bit of a research with some of my wife's family members down there who work on a lot of those farms and ranches. And an example is this one farm. Normally they're running 16 wells. They're running about 80 people or more this time of the year. Right now they're running 4 wells and they're down to 20 people. So the rest of the people are collecting unemployment. And and that's that much more of that farm that's not producing. We just need to manage it differently. And I think that, we're going to have drought. But I think it's time that we took the steps to change the federal and state regulations to be able to roll with the punches, and use science as the source for that. And I think that we can do, at that point, we're doing everything we can. Right now, I don't think we're doing everything we can.
I have a question for CCWD. So I'm wondering about the backup plan for the Lake Tulloch residents. Is there any way of putting in like emergency wells, or are there already wells there? Is that a viable option?
Supervisor, right now, so this is the sole water supply, that surface water that is diverted out of the reservoir. I think we've evaluated, I think our best option right now to be prepared is to lower the intake, to go ahead and do that. That would provide us with the flexibility if something drastic, unexpected happens this year, and going into next year. I think the challenge we would have is, we don't have reliable groundwater except, in the sliver that we cover, the Eastern San Joaquin groundwater basin. It's fractured rock groundwater, and that can be hit or miss where based on where you're drilling. It's, a very expensive proposition that may not produce much of anything. So our best tactic would be focus on that. The one thing I would like to add I really appreciate your comment about efficiency and conservation and continuing that, and Supervisor Edson about headwaters management and realizing that the past practices of reducing, putting out fires as we've had an implosion in growth in the forest, and there are consequences associated with that, so we're not seeing the flows that we typically would or more historically would have seen before the suppression of fire in the forest. All of those things, to me, are part of what have to be on the table. It's an all-of-the-above approach. I mean, one thing, I think the best way it's been described, there's no silver bullet and silver buckshot. We've got to go after all of these things because they can provide measurable benefit. But anything that you put in the resolution regarding our efforts on conservation efficiency, I think it's just important to recognize that we have made significant strides in county on that, and particularly in response, most lately in response to the governor's drought declaration calling for conservation. We've done, we've made our community has done a lot. And we're doing many projects right now that are achieving additional savings as well.
Maybe we could even put that in the resolution. I mean, it just seems like it's missing that component of like, look, we're doing all we can do with conservation and efficiency. We've already met our state goals for the county or whatever. That might be the way.
And certainly, if we could get support, particularly in the way of financial support. I mean, a lot of those projects are not cost effective unless you have access to grants. Because the realization is that because they're providing wider benefits to others downstream that that need to be part of paying for those projects.
And I think with the conservation and efficiency measures on a statewide level, because our population is so small, and the amount of water that we even if we used all we could, it's going to be very limited, comparatively to the rest of the valley, the Bay Area, LA, et cetera. We just don't have the population to make much of an impact on that. But if you look at it overall, the state, that's where you start to, that's the where you start to see the results on conservation efficiency.
Okay. Thank you.
Including watershed management.
Are you trying to add all of that into the resolution?
We're trying. Some efforts. From what I've heard from the public and from the board, I've drafted, between Shirley and I, we've been making efforts to try and gather everything that we've heard. What we would propose the board to consider is to add between the first and the second whereas the board recognizes a flaw in state and federal mandates and policies regarding the release of water for fish flows. And then modify the fourth whereas, strike ongoing and replace that with continuing. So it would, and then I think it's easier just to read it as I propose it rather than doing the strike. Hard to follow that. It would read, whereas the board encourages and supports the continuing efforts of water conservation and we would add, and efficiency to its greatest potential from our citizens to support the domestic and agricultural water needs of our region. And then I would propose to add a second resolution at the end of it, and be it further resolved that the board urges representatives to reduce or suspend all state and federal mandates requiring the release of water during dry and or drought years. And be it finally resolved that the board encourages state and federal representatives to review and modify the mandates and policies for drawdowns during dry and or drought years.
Not yet. Getting close.
I guess the question is the drawdowns, the mandates for drawdowns regarding fish flows is what we're requesting.
The policies for drawdowns regarding fish flows during dry or drought years. So you would be addressing, requesting the reduction or suspension currently, and then also requesting that they look and review the policies and make changes for the future.
Should I have one question? Should we restrict it just to fish flow?
Yeah, because I think you use river flows, right?
You could always add fish flows and other ESA release provisions, something like that, a catch-all, where you could support relief from fisheries, salinity, dissolved oxygen, the myriad of the releases.
What is ESA?
ESA, Endangered Species Act.
Thank you. So then be it finally resolved that the board encourages state and federal representatives to review and modify the mandates and policies for drawdowns regarding fish flow and Endangered Species Act, ESA, during dry or drought years.
Okay. Should we have one more whereas in there that I heard from testimony giving and also from the things that I see? We recognize that our community has, whereas we recognize our community has made significant efforts to conserve water and encourage others in the state of California to join us somehow. Basically, that is what I'm hearing. And I see that too in my neighborhood. We've got stage 3 water conservation signs all over the place, but I just spent yesterday in the valley and people are watering their lawns and doing all sorts of things. There's no water shortage down there. And I don't see it. I've never seen a sign like we have in our community where the water's flowing from. So.
We can certainly add language.
I think we need to recognize that we've done our part. And it's sort of like a shot from the mountaintop that says, hey, people join us. It's not just, check valves and walnut orchards. It's also, how can you have green lawns every place when we're in this kind of a situation?
Small one.
Well, they are pretty huge.
Would it address your concern? Because we had changed ongoing to continuing in the fourth whereas. Would it address your concern if it were to read, the board encourages and supports the continuing efforts of water conservation and efficiency to its greatest potential from our citizens and surrounding
to its greatest potential, is that what you were saying? Efficiency to its greatest potential?
Right, from our citizens and
jurisdictions
and other local jurisdictions or
and the rest of the state and the
state of California.
From our local community?
And the state as a whole?
Sure.
To support the domestic and agricultural water needs? From our citizens, from the citizens and the people of the state of California.
Yes, it would. Yeah. Very good.
So, what I had here was whereas the board encourages support for conservation from our citizens. For conservation, watershed management, of course, from our citizens and agencies to support the domestic and agricultural water needs of our region. With that.
That's an added-on whereas. Is that what you're saying?
Now, that was part of fourth whereas.
So you would replace what was proposed with that language. Go ahead and read it into the record.
Whereas the board encourages support for conservation and watershed management from our citizens and the state of California, citizens, the state of California, and agencies to support the domestic and agricultural water needs of our region.
I think that's a little confusing. I think basically you're trying to say we're doing a good job, the rest of you need to.
What I'm saying is we're doing a good job up here, but we need to be allowed to do a better job also, because we're doing what we can with our resources, with what we have, but there's so much more that we can do to better the situation as well.
Can you read it one more time?
Sure.
Maybe we should, before you do that, maybe we should just read the whole thing, like, now, and see if it flows.
Could we...
one whereas or the entire resolution?
The resolution, are we at that point where we can read the whole thing?
No, not yet. We're almost there. Whereas the board encourages the support
Why don't you guys take a lunch break?
for conservation, watershed management from our citizens and agencies and the state of California to support the domestic and agricultural water needs of our region.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to say this, but Peter does have a good point. Do we want to, we can do that. Maybe move to the next agenda item and.
Why don't we do that?
Right,
Why don't we do that? We can move on then, you're right, Peter, at lunchtime, we could go through this and come back with, the resolution. Folks okay with that? Because we want to make it right for, us. And, to allow, to get as much, to support our legislators and the folks that are working on this so that we can, get the biggest bang for the buck here, right? And save our resources. So if that's okay with the board, I would like to do that. Okay. Yeah, we can do that. Or if there's people waiting for, you want to move on to the next agenda item and run through that one, then we can go to lunch?
Yeah, do you need a lunch hour to do this or a 10, 15-minute break?
We could probably do it in a 10, 15-minute break, or we can do it over lunch and revisit this item after lunch and move on with the agenda now.
I would like to move on with the agenda because I know there's people out there waiting for the next agenda item, and it's unfair to them to, wait a couple more hours anyhow. So we kind of know where we're going with this. I think everybody gets the gist of it. We are in support. Let's move on to the next. Yes, you want?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, maybe a short break.
All right, let's have a short break so that we want to clear up the area, and then we'll move on to the next agenda item. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. You hear me start the sound. Okay, we'd like to continue the meeting, please. Yeah, that's. So we're going to move on to agenda item number 9. Administrative Office adopt a resolution rescinding resolution number 2014-101, resolution recognizing Calaveras Door of Hope for serving the women of Calaveras County and helping to save the lives of our most vulnerable children.
And the recommended action for the board's consideration this morning is to rescind the Resolution 2014-101, recognizing the Door of Hope in its entirety.
Okay. Public comments, please. Yeah.
Hi, can I go first, please? Thank you. Good morning, supervisors. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Sissy Hedrick, and I am the Executive Director for Calaveras Door of Hope. The Door of Hope is a nonprofit, faith-based organization, and we are funded through the efforts of community members, our fundraising efforts, private donors, and churches. Calaveras Door of Hope is here to serve the young men and women in our community who find themselves in the difficult situation of an unexpected pregnancy. The Door of Hope offers an array of services for our clients, including free pregnancy tests, education about pregnancy, abortion and adoption options, parenting education, post-abortion support, and ongoing support to our clients and their families after their babies arrive. We also have a Learn to Earn program, which enables our clients to earn points, and with these points they can buy items such as clothing, food, furniture, and even bus fare. At the center, we have created a warm and loving environment for our clients, and we have a team of dedicated volunteers who, without pay, serve every week their time listening and encouraging our clients and offering help and hope to those who come through our doors. Volunteer work at the Pregnancy Center, as well as the work of other nonprofit organizations and volunteer jobs, isn't always easy, and it seldom comes with praise or acknowledgement. We don't do what we do for this praise or for recognition, but because we love what we do, and we've been called to do this work to help people in our community. I'm just going to have to say that Jesus was the one who told us to help the widows, the orphans, this isn't in my letter, to help our neighbors, to love our neighbors, and to put everyone before ourselves. And that's something that we strive to do every day, just to reach for those that are hurting and broken and help elevate them to a better place in their lives. So we at the Door of Hope, we try to help people in our community. We do not wish to be the reason of a lawsuit against our brothers, our sisters, our friends, or our neighbors.
20 seconds.
We are about bringing help and hope to those that are hurting and bringing friendship and love. For this recognition, we are so thankful. Calaveras Board of Supervisors, you took the time to honor us, giving us recognition to the Door of Hope through the services that we provide through dedication, time, and devotion. With that being said, in light of the recent controversy and pending lawsuit, we, the Door of Hope, respectfully ask the supervisors to rescind the resolution. We, the Calaveras Door of Hope, fully support you in any decision you make. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
House Gallup Taxpayer Association, and I don't think the Taxpayer Association normally gets involved in these kind of things. I don't have authority from the board, so I'm not speaking for the association, and I'm speaking for myself as an individual. I don't think you need to rescind that resolution at all, and it may not have been in the perfect form, but to have a group threaten to sue you to make you rescind a resolution which was a good resolution. The people are doing wonderful work, and you're recognizing their work. That's what it's all about. And so I recommend that you do not rescind the resolution, and if they want to sue you, let them sue you. Thank you.
Vicki Ranke, and I'm speaking for myself. I'm from Angels Camp. I want to thank I'm sorry, I don't remember your name, Sissy, for taking the high road. I know that was hard for her to do, because for me as a citizen, makes me so angry that we could be bullied, which is what happens to us because we can't say God, or we can't say Christ, or we can't believe in something, because the ACLU will come and get you. And they do it in government, you're right, because that's where they can do it. They can get away with it. So for me, that's the issue. It's that principle again. But I understand that you guys may rescind it, and the Door of Hope is taking that high road for you to say go ahead. Because we know we don't have money in this county to take care of a lawsuit. And they know it too, and that's why they come. What is this? There's 9 people in our county that decided that we shouldn't say the word Christ, and people shouldn't have that said about them. It just, anyway, I guess, like I said, this is me speaking. And I feel sorry that you guys have to rescind that resolution because you were right in what you did to recognize the great work that they do. Thank God for them. But anyway, I just, again, out of principle, I think it's a shame. And that's a lot of things that happen to our counties, and not just in religious situations, but I will bring in the environmentalists will do the same thing. They threaten a lawsuit, and we all have to back down to it. And truthfully, I'm tired of a citizen having to back down to these people. So maybe in the future we can find ways of dealing with this and pushing them out of our communities. Thank you.
Jim McManus, I just wanted to break the news that the heartbeat of any community is not government. It's the people who live in that community, especially in a small community like Calaveras County. So much good work often goes unrecognized and sometimes realized by volunteers, whether it's the majority of our parks, the people who clean up trash alongside state highways that we already paid Caltrans to clean up. In fact, on the way down here, there's a sign that says this area cleaned up by the First Baptist Church of Angels Camp. Now Supervisor Wright is the constitutional scholar on the board. I don't know if that represents a conflict between church and state. But this issue, even though it spans another board, from a very simple, heartfelt thank you to a group of volunteers has turned into a chocolate mess. You know, how are we going to fix this? I would support you if you decided not to rescind this. I would support the board to go up against the powers that be and say, we decide what our community is going to be like. If you decide that you just have to rescind this, I would ask that you also have a bill trailing that to reword the resolution and still recognize the Door of Hope for the good things they do in this community, just like you did for the Red Cross and like you do for other organizations throughout the county, whether it be Boy Scouts, Kiwanis, Rotary, whatever. The volunteers who do the hard work, who toil silently, deserve to have their work recognized and protected. Thank you.
My name is Arlene Weissman, and I'm from San Andreas, and I've lived in this county for over 20 years, and I've seen it become a little more diverse, and for my part, for my entire time in this county, I have worked for nonprofits. I have worked for organizations that help people. Children, foster children, elderly, grandparents raising grandchildren, children in trouble. And there are a lot of volunteers, very diverse volunteers, other than church-sponsored volunteers. And I really believe that the board needs to recognize the diversity, aside from the church and state separation, which is very important, to understand that not all the volunteers are followers of Christ. Not all the volunteers are anti-choice. So to single out a specific organization when there are some wonderful organizations in this county that help all kinds of people, I think the resolution should be rescinded. Thank you.
I don't think I have to tell you what I'm standing on it, folks. See, my dad told me that somebody punch you, the honest answer is punch him back harder. Threaten me if you have the means and the intention, the state intention, you're going to hurt me. You don't wait till they hurt you. This is a question of principles, folks. Those ladies are going to keep doing what they're doing now, which I'm very thankful. And if they base it on because of their faith, I support them. That they do it without funds. And I think they do it for a good reason. You don't want to recognize a certain faith? Go on C-SPAN. See what the Congress does before they get into session. Listen to the Senate in Washington, D.C. How do they start their session? Different faith, recognized, supported. Selma, Martin Luther King. What he did wasn't faith-based, folks. Some people don't like it. God bless their soul. That's their business. They don't put a damn penny into it. And that's their right. But the same names, when you cross-reference it, but some of the other ideological things that are being pushed by individuals, it's not that hard, folks. When somebody has an economical ideology, they base it on something, we end up paying for it. These folks are trying to save life. And I think the little issue is in front of the Supreme Court. When is life? How many weeks or months before that embryo feels pain? And that's education. And it's given them a choice, an opportunity for a choice, because the consequences, that human being, that female, going to live what she did forever.
30 seconds.
It's a question of principles, where you stand. And another suggestion, for more practical sense, how many of those folks going to vote? How many of those folks that are opposed to this faith-based ideology, how many of those registered, and how many of the people who are believing faith and whatever, I don't care, it's Lutheran, Southern Baptist, whatever, that's their choice. How many of you representing your constitution? If you have individual rights and principles, that's fine. But you here represent your constituents.
Thank you,
as an example of your principles. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Vicki Mills, and you rarely see me. You usually see my other half. It is my understanding that the ACLU's biggest objection is about separation of church and state and a religion. The teachings of Christ are not a religion. They are a way of life. They are a basis for many religions, but they, in themselves, are not a religion. You can look up in the dictionary what a religion is, and it is a cause. That would make communism, being a Republican, being an environmentalist, a cause. And religion. So where do you go with this? I'm going to make this short, sweet, because I'm really starting to get emotional and I don't want to. But I guess my final thing is I hope and pray that you don't give in to the bullies that pick on people because they disagree with their principles.
This is actually the reason I came down here. I didn't want to make my first public address to a government board, putting my Christian faith into question. But our government of justice relies heavily on precedents. And setting a precedence here, endorsing beliefs in Christ, when our constitutional government, and I will read First Amendment here, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free expression thereof or abridging the freedom of speech, etc. The Constitution allows me to my beliefs without interference, and for us to set a precedence, and I'll quote from the paper here, the resolution praised Calaveras Door of Hope for its work to strengthen the lives of women and young women in Calaveras County by inviting them to test and see for themselves the many blessings that can come from living the teachings of Christ. If we were to change one word, as was done before, if we were to change the word Christ to seeing for themselves the many blessings that can come from living the teachings of Muhammad or of Buddha or even of Satan, that we are setting a precedence here, endorsing teachings of Christ, and in the future, political, religious mores of this country could change, and that being a Christian, I'm going to have to listen to an establishment being praised for their teachings of Muhammad or of Buddha. This has no business in our government. You people have no business giving credence to one belief system over another. This is government. This is not religion. Constitution allows us the right to practice our religion without interference from the government. You people have no business injecting one belief system over another. And if it starts here, it'll continue on up. And I'm sorry, I'm a Christian and I believe in the teachings of Christ. But in our government that was founded on freedom of religion, freedom from persecution for beliefs in Europe and other places in this world, we can't do this.
Sorry, your time is up.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Holly Mines, and I'm from Railroad Platte. And I think you all, well, some of you are new to the board since this issue was presented before. So I don't need to say very much except to say that I am one of the plaintiffs in this lawsuit. And I would also say that the ACLU, regardless of how people want to condemn it, defends all people's rights to believe in, as the previous lady said, in their own credo. And they have taken sides on both sides of the spectrum over the years to protect people who are trying to exercise their liberties. And I believe that the board, although otherly constituted a few months ago, was offered the opportunity to restate the resolution. There wasn't one of us who was a plaintiff that objected to the proposed language that County Council offered to rewrite this resolution so that it would leave out the expression of a form of belief which is not held by all people who live in this county. And they stood up, the public stood up and objected to making any changes, calling people like me, who devoted most of my life to volunteer work, bullies. I don't consider myself a bully, and I commend the board for recognizing good work in our community. All I'm saying is it's the work that they do. It is not their belief system that the board should be recognizing. And when I hear people stand up who call themselves Christians and then say, those people, those environmentalists, those members of ACLU, those bad people, we need to start finding ways that we can run them out of the country. I shudder to think what Jesus Christ would say if he were sitting in this room today, listening to people who call themselves followers of Christ and say, I learned to beat somebody up before they beat me up. I don't think that's the way Jesus Christ taught. It's not important. The important thing is that we follow the rules that have been established to assure the equality of all people. Thank you very much.
Not one of my favorite topics, but I think we need to remember where this resolution came from. It came from Darren Spellman, who wanted to get his digs in no matter what. The gal that runs the program did not solicit this notoriety. This is one way of Darren Spellman to get across his little agenda that he was always trying to promote and always trying to stick people with. No objection to honoring these people. They're doing good work. They're volunteers. We should honor all volunteers. But to pinpoint a specific religion, and I agree with that lady that talked about it, I mean, we need to run a transportation to the city where they have facilities that provide abortions, so that we have that access and that resource available to our community also. And if somebody wanted to do that, as they said, in the name of Buddha or Allah or Satan, you would set a precedent to recognize somebody's religious beliefs. And you don't want to do that because you don't want to shove everybody's religion down everybody else's throat. Stay clean. Stay clear of the trappings. Because, well, I guess ACLU will come and clean it up afterwards if you don't.
I'm Ann Pestalozzi from Murphy's. I'm a church member, and I'm a volunteer member of a letter writing ministry. I'm also a firm believer in the separation of church and state. It served us well here in America, and we should stick with it.
Any other public comments?
Hi, I'm Tanya Dawson from Valley Springs, and it's really sad that a group of 9 intolerant bullies could come in here and overturn a good deed. Clearly, it's not a violation of the Constitution. You're not establishing a religion. You're just recognizing a group that happens to be religious that did a good deed. And you shouldn't be muzzled for that. You should be allowed to acknowledge different groups for doing different things. You don't have to cover just all volunteers. You can pick a group of volunteers that have done something good for the community. This is just ridiculous that somebody could come in and muzzle you guys. I would support you if you decided not to rescind this resolution. I understand why you would want to, though, after being threatened by these 9 bullies. And you know, and it's just not right that this little minority could come in and push everybody around like this. So anyway, the decision you make, I support it. It's sad, though, if you do have to rescind it. Thank you.
Marty Crane.
It just occurs to me that Holly reminded us of when we all came together here in this room, this very room, and addressed this issue before. And a lot of people spoke, and not one person was against honoring the volunteer work. Not one person. The issue was always the slippery slope of the separation of church and state. And this board had the opportunity, through all of the input from the community that led to the staff creating another version of the resolution. They have the ability to honor these volunteers and not create what you've created here today and all this division in the community. Our communities need to be brought together, not divided. And I've just about had it with all the division. So please, someone said something about stay away from the trappings. Do that. You're here to govern for everyone and be all-inclusive. So you had the opportunity to recognize them. They've had a lot of recognition. Now everybody knows who they are and who they are. That's great, But as we move forward, let's try not to repeat these same mistakes and create divisions in our community. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
Is the Pacific Legal Foundation represented here now? Or is he coming in later?
Don't know anything about that. The people that are here are here.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
As some of you probably know, I am a history major, and the result is that I would ask anyone who wants to tread upon this separation of church and state issue to go back into history and read the Federalist Papers and read why Jefferson actually made the decision to put this as the first statement on this part of the Constitution. If all of you may look at it, you'll see that the state religion that was being proposed was the Lutheran Church. And there was an attempt by many through the writings of the Federalist Paper to want to include the church as being a state religion, much as the Church of England was the head of the state. So I want you to look very closely at, it was to be a one-way door. The door being swung open for those as the members of the citizenry and swung closed for the government. So that the government would not become a state religion and a state organization as a religion, but that the people had the right to choose independently. So I just want you to look very closely at how that all played out as the Founding Fathers foresaw it, that it would not become a division for the citizens of the nation. So take the time to look at it. It's a very important piece, and I think people have a tendency to want to beat it to death and in a name of a cause or a way of life, where it really was intended to keep the nation free and independent as it moved forward. Thank you.
I'm Patty Payne, and I am not a bully, but I think that we live in the greatest country in the world, and the reason why is because of our Constitution.
You stood up and you raised your hand. Any other public comments? Okay. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. And who wants to start first?
I'll start. So this was a very difficult decision back then, and it's a very difficult decision today. I personally don't represent any level of religion. I looked at this resolution as an opportunity to recognize a group of people who were doing a wonderful service for our community, meeting a need in our community that I found missing. And that was their way of reaching out in their work, as the resolution stated, and as I supported at that moment. There was discussion of compromise and rewording, and the more we got into that, the more I felt it diluted the intent of the resolution. Sissy, I admire the work that you do and the organization and the volunteer efforts you have. I've always admired your spirit and your tenacity and your public service, and I thank you for your words today. I thank you for knowing kind of what we're going through, and, you know, despite everything that's going on in your work and our work, your work will continue in the good service that you do, whether you have a resolution from us or not. And I just thank you and the many volunteers for providing this service to the community. I hate lawsuits, and they sicken me. And when we were told that we might get something along these lines, and then we got served with something along these lines, it just sickens me. And it sickens me because it really destroys everything that you're trying to do. Pretty soon, you know, facts are out there, and everything gets convoluted and mixed up. And basically, I find who wins are attorneys. And I'm not willing, nor can I put Calaveras County hardworking taxpayer dollars forward in this endeavor to support this kind of lawsuit. I find that if we were to pursue it, whether, you know, a legal company comes to our aid or not in defending us, at some point, you know, we're probably all losers in our local community, and someone higher bid might be. You know, I've heard that there's possibilities that there's no other suit out there that has gone as high as the state Supreme Court, and this could be something great, and blah, 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 blah. It's not what the intent of the resolution that I supported was about. And I don't want it to get to that level of where it's all misconstrued as it gets higher up the chain, if one appeals and wins and so on and so forth. So today I'm supporting the rescinding of this particular resolution because of the fact I would hate to see our hard-earned taxpayer dollars being spent on something like this, which in the end I believe dilutes what the intent was at the moment I voted for that resolution.
Personally, I have my own views and beliefs. It's been my experience in my career that those come second place. In law enforcement, I made decisions every day affecting what I was going to do, resulting in the violation of someone's rights, doing something that wasn't allowed or socially accepted, but it was my duty to do so. And I take that same attitude as a county representative, my duty to protect the citizens of this county. With that in mind, I concur with Supervisor Ponte on rescinding this resolution. Thank you.
I bet Supervisor Ponte is going to ask to be reseated at the next meeting, so she doesn't start these conversations all the time. But I have to say that this particular item on the agenda probably took up more of my time thinking about it than any of the others, and it has troubled me. I sat through every hearing when it was passed initially. I thank Sissy from the Door. Regardless of you giving us the resolution back, you probably didn't recognize more now, and I know more about your organization and the good work you do that maybe I never would have known before. When we started this meeting out, we said the Pledge of Allegiance, and everybody said, "In God we trust." And when I open my wallet and pull a dollar bill out that says, I beg your pardon, I've got it in backwards. The bill says, "In God we trust," and the Pledge of Allegiance says, "One nation under God." And when I think of my own life, apart from the job that I've been I figure, hired to do by the voters. That the other part is my faith in Christ is very firm and very well defined, and I don't have an issue with that. And I also have friends that believe in that also. But many of them believe differently, and I don't have an issue with their beliefs that are different either. And I appreciate the history lesson that we were given by Dennis Mills earlier, and I've spent some time the last few days looking at things like that myself. Our founding fathers were with this same discussion that we're having many, many years ago. They had 11 different ways of viewing their belief in the Christian Bible. And when you look further in the Christian faith, there's 41,000 different views. I can appreciate all that, and I think we need to protect that, and that's what the Founding Fathers did by keeping their actions in government separate from their decisions to act as a government representative and not bring faith into that. I'm sure that it drove their votes just as a man it drives mine. But I believe that if we were to, and there's no pun intended on this, if we were to recognize this, we open the door for other things to come in that maybe I wouldn't agree with, that are faith-based. That was brought up by someone else. I can appreciate that completely, and I completely agree with that. And I would really have a problem with that. I don't believe this particular resolution was that. I think it was meant in earnest to recognize a group that does good work. I appreciate that. But I've also been hired to protect the county. Even though the heart of the man may go deep, I still do have to represent the county, and I thank you for rescinding it. I support that rescission, and I'll vote to rescind it also.
Okay. So I'd like to thank Sissy for, in the Door of Hope, for coming forward and recognizing the threat that the county has been put under, and taking the higher ground. Appreciate that. Some people just don't believe in suing their neighbors, and some people do because I guess they have to have their way. This is pitiful. This resolution, when I first voted for it, was not about a religion. It was about recognizing a group of folks that did good things in the community to help other people in the community. And I supported that. I did not see anything in here that said that we were endorsing any type of religion. It was mentioned, a particular religion was mentioned, but I did not see anything that said, yes, we endorse that religion. We were endorsing the Door of Hope for the good work that they do in the communities. That's what we did. So, I think it just got kind of blown out of context. I'm sorry it happened that way. You want to talk about divisions? It got divided after the resolution was formed. So, and I guess we're going to continuously deal with that in this county. I'm hopeful that people can start working together a little bit more and forgive some of the smaller things that go on, because we have a lot of big issues, like how to survive up here, and how to work together to make our communities a better place. I would like that very much. So I also have to, I thank Sissy for bringing this forward. It just made our job a little bit easier, and I support rescinding it based on that. But I also would support offering another resolution supporting the Door of Hope for the good works that they do in our community. And I would like the board to consider that in the future. So I would call for Anybody want to
I'll make a motion to adopt the resolution rescinding resolution number 2014-101, the resolution recognizing Calaveras Door of Hope for serving the women of Calaveras County and helping to save the lives of our most vulnerable children.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second that one.
Okay. So we have first, or you think this isn't emotional for me? So Debbie Ponte made a motion to adopt a resolution rescinding resolution number 2014-101, resolution recognizing Calaveras Door of Hope for serving the women of Calaveras County and helping to save the lives of our most vulnerable children. And Supervisor Oliveira seconded that motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? So the motion carries 5-0. Thank you. We're going to break for lunch now. We'll be back at 1:40. We'll come back at 2 o'clock, please.
Don't let it out.
Be worried about you doing that. All right, welcome back to Board of Supervisors meeting for March 10th, 2015. And we are going to go straight back to agenda item number 8. Administrative Office received information regarding the potential releases of water from Lake Tulloch and the possible adoption of a resolution in support of the efforts of local entities, special districts, and government officials relating to this issue. And we have, staff has been kind enough to rework a resolution. We'd like to share that with you, and I think, Debbie, if you'd like to do that, please.
Sure, thank you. This is the proposed changes to the Lake Tulloch resolution. Resolution supporting the work of local agencies, special districts, and federal and state representatives regarding the potential significant water releases from Lake Tulloch and New Maloney's in dry and/or drought years. Whereas Lake Tulloch, built in 1957 to store water for irrigation, is operated by the Tri-Dam Project and owned by Oakdale Irrigation District and South San Joaquin Irrigation District. In 1978, the Maloney's Dam was replaced with a new Maloney's Dam as a result of the Flood Control Act of 1962. The purpose of the reservoirs is to provide for irrigation, power, wildlife, and fishery enhancement, recreation, and water quality. Whereas the Board of Supervisors recognizes a flaw in state and federal mandates and policies regarding the release of water for fish flows in Endangered Species Act mandates. And whereas the Board supports the efforts of our state and federal representatives requesting the postponement of the release of water for fish flows and EPA mandates during dry and/or drought years. And whereas the Board emphasizes that the priority for water shall be for domestic water use and agricultural irrigation during dry and/or drought years. And whereas the citizens and local agencies of Calaveras County have made significant efforts to prioritize water conservation and efficiencies to preserve water resources within the county. And whereas the Board encourages the support for water conservation and watershed management from the state of California, local agencies, and all citizens to support the domestic and agricultural water needs of our region. And whereas the Board recognizes the vital role Lake Tulloch and New Maloney's Lake have on the viability of the economy in our region, as tourism and agricultural are our main industries. And whereas the drawdown of Lake Tulloch to its lowest levels will create a significant, long-reaching impact and financial hardship on local water districts, businesses, the community of Copperopolis, the county of Calaveras, and the region as a whole. Now therefore it be resolved that the Board of Supervisors, County of Calaveras, supports those agencies, special districts, and state and federal representatives in their efforts to manage potential water releases from Lake Tulloch and New Maloney's Lake. Be it further resolved that the Board urges state and federal representatives to reduce or suspend all state and federal mandates requiring the release of water during dry and/or drought years. Be it finally resolved that the Board encourages state and federal representatives to review and amend all mandates and policies for the release of water for fish flows and ESA mandates during dry and/or drought years.
Okay. So, do I have any public comments on this?
Can those ladies leave early because they give up their lunch?
Really?
Excellent.
Thank you. That's what I was going to say too, Excellent. I really appreciate the effort here that the board has put on to get this done today, and that it is one of those things that's very rare, as Debbie had mentioned, about the cooperation between the agencies that seems to be in the forefront right now. And I'm really happy that we are able to do that and gather around a common goal and a common purpose to help the citizens of this county. So thank you for your effort. It's very much appreciated.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Allison Gala, Taxpayer Association. I'd like to ditto those comments. The two main things are the tremendous working together of the different agencies, and then the firm request that the federal government stop this draining of our reservoirs for non-important purposes. Thank you.
Vicki Reinke, Calaveras County Republicans. I too just want to say thanks. This is a great resolution. I think it says what we need to say, and hopefully it should make an impact on our state and federal government. So we're behind you. So thanks.
Any other public comments? Comments from the board?
Actually, there is one typo in here. It should, on the third whereas, it should say ESA instead of EPA.
Yeah, EPA probably wouldn't go.
Mr. Chair, with that correction, I'd like to make a motion to support the work on this Lake Tulloch resolution as presented.
Okay.
I second that motion.
All right, so we have a nomination by, is that right? A motion by Supervisor Ponte to adopt a resolution to supporting the work of local agencies, special districts, and federal and state representatives regarding the potential significant water releases from Lake Tulloch and New Maloney's in dry and/or drought years, as read with the typo error fixed. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so now we're going to go to item number 10 on the regular agenda. Planning, adopt the negative declaration and approve an ordinance amending section 17.04.200 density bonus.
Good afternoon.
There you go, Peter.
Peter Maurer, Planning Director. This is an ordinance amendment that was directed from our 2010 housing element. It's also mandated state law that we update our zoning ordinance to be consistent with the density bonus requirements of state law. Our current ordinance was adopted in 1986, revised a year after that, and to my knowledge, there has been no one taking any benefit of that ordinance since it was adopted. But the state requires that we update it to meet current standards of state law, and that is attached in your packet if anyone's interested in reading what that says. Essentially, the current provisions of the code allow for a 25% bonus if you meet certain housing requirements. And to get that bonus, an applicant would need to apply for a conditional use permit with approval by the Planning Commission. Under state law, there's now a much more complex formula for calculating the amount of bonus units that would be provided for different types of affordability, and we cannot mandate that they go through a separate discretionary permit process just for the purpose of applying the density bonus. It's a by right type of action. So what we've done is essentially incorporated the state law by reference as opposed to rewriting the whole thing in our own code, because it may or may not change sometime in the future, and then we have to go back and amend it again. So because it's fairly complex, it's fairly lengthy, it doesn't make sense to just reiterate everything in our county code. And the only benefit to do that were someone to come in and want to look at our code, see what would be allowed, and they could look in our code to see what the density bonus requirements are. Instead, we refer them to state law. But every agency that I'm aware of that takes a benefit, or any builder that benefit from density bonuses is very familiar with the state law already. They know where to look for that stuff. So I don't think it's going to cause a problem for someone who wants to take advantage of the density bonus and not have it readily available in our code. They know where to look for it. So there's some other provisions in the state law that also provide bonuses for child care facilities, as well as other incentives such as reduction in parking and other development standards that we also have to comply with. So that is also incorporated into our code. We prepared a negative declaration for this ordinance. There were some comments from Caltrans regarding the concern about potential increase in traffic from additional units, and the potential traffic impacts as well as air quality impacts. We did some further analysis, and there's a response to that comment attached to the negative declaration that demonstrates that the potential impact is really less than significant and is not an issue, and we have not heard anything subsequently from Caltrans on that issue, so I think we've resolved that. With that, I would recommend that you adopt the negative declaration, or approve the negative declaration, and adopt the ordinance. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Go ahead.
Can you clarify, did this go through the Planning Commission?
Yes, it did.
All right.
And they recommended approval 5-0.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Any other questions here from the board? Have public comments, please.
Alice Gallagher, Calaveras Taxpayer Association. One of the things that we're concerned about is we understand that this element has been previously approved, and the item before you now is to change one part of it, not anything to do with the rest of it. Is that correct? So our concern is that we think that that this element will be coming up for review soon, and we would like to make comments on that from the perspective of private property rights, but those comments would not be appropriate for this item.
So this is not an amendment to the housing element. This is an implementing ordinance that we said we would do the last time we adopted the housing element in 2010. But this is an ordinance amendment, not an amendment to the housing element itself. It is true that the housing element will be coming up soon. In fact, we just posted it 2 days ago on our website, and it's available for public review. now. I sent out a message earlier this morning to interested parties. And so that's available for review. It will be reviewed before the Planning Commission and the Board. But what's before us today is an ordinance, a zoning ordinance amendment to implement just the density bonus provisions from the 2010 housing element.
Thank you very much. The taxpayers have no problem with this, and also for the information on being able to comment on the housing element.
Any other public comments?
Yes.
I've noticed there's a number of issues here that's slight or low, and I'm sure you all read this, right? Slight or very low consequences. But there's a number of things that says it's, well, minor. I just wonder is when it comes to making commitments for some of these entities, independently elected, not appointed ones, okay? Because you guys can pull strings. But like water and other basic services, I like to know who has the expertise to tell. I mean, I'm not taking anything from the gentleman, okay? I'm sure he's an expert and a very good expert. But, okay, for instance, what page is this? On package 116, and you go up there, fire protection, police protection, schools, parks, other public facilities. Well, my question is, who's the authority to say, just on a little, you might think that's no big deal on the cops, no big deal on the schools, no big deal on the parks, and other public facilities. Is that minor detail, that no big significant answer? These are some major issues that you are tangling with right now. Increasing the use of existing neighborhood and regional parks, hey, less than significant. We're talking about the kids, okay? I mean, I know to some of you it's a bigger issue than others. But I believe that our fire districts are not exactly, are they ready to go into 2, 3-story high buildings? I notice you're going to get benefits. Is that another word for a grant? Also, that when you go in there and you sell, somebody buys this low-income homes with a good benefit. Did you notice that if they sell it for a profit 2 years after that, they have to split the profit back with the state? How many people are going to invest in some low-income housing to knowing that if it goes up in value, they have to split it with the government back? Or maybe my interpretation is wrong. But think about it. I got no argument with the gentleman for all the things below it. But this is almost at the end of these issues. Utilities, service system, minor problems. How are you going to provide water? Who's going to pay for the new sewer pipes, increasing facilities? Landfill? I'm leaving. Take a look at the little minor details for the benefits.
You don't have to leave. You just got to, sit down. That's all.
I need to exercise. A lot of people tell me where to go, so I need to exercise.
Hello, I'm Tanya Dawson from Valley Springs. And to me, it looks like these density bonuses are just more social engineering imposed by the state and top-down government. And I would really like to see the supervisors tell the state to go pound sand. I know you guys probably aren't in a position to do that yet, but I really look forward to the day when we can just tell the state to go pound sand. Thank you.
Drought keeps going. We'll be pounding sand. Any other public comments? Okay. Any more comments from the board?
Make a motion to approve.
Second. So Supervisor Bright makes a motion to approve. Supervisor Calaveras seconds the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
All right. Item number 11, Health and Human Services Agency. Conduct a public hearing to solicit community input on. Oh, we got to open up a public meeting, not a public hearing meeting, huh? Second time. No? No?
Let me look at the board again just a minute.
Getting my instructions.
When you would take public comment, you would clearly identify on the record that the public hearing is open, and then at the end of public comment, close the public meeting.
All right, so item number 11 is Health and Human Services Agency. Conduct a public hearing to solicit community input on a proposed supplemental community development block grant, CDBG, project to be submitted to the State of California Housing and Community Development for senior medical services, transportation in the amount of $250,000, utilizing the CDBG program income reuse funds, and to adopt a resolution authorizing the Director of Health and Human Services to submit to HCD the request for this supplemental project. Thank you. Mary?
Yeah. Good afternoon, Mary Sawicki, Director of Health and Human Services. I'm going to give you a quick cliff notes of what we're going to be requesting of you. I do have Terry Cox here, who is our consultant for the Community Development Block Grant, to answer any specific questions, as well as we have Common Grounds here, who can also specifically answer any questions about the specific project. Back in July of 2015, Home and Community Services notified all of the counties in the state that there were a number of federal changes. One of the changes is that program income rules changed, and that is any program income that any county had to first be spent before, at least 50% of it, before any county could apply for any community development block grant, in addition to only being able to apply for once every 2 years. So what that means is we have to spend any money that we previously had set aside in program income before we can apply. So normally we would be applying in the year coming up. We're not going to be able to do that until we expend funds that we had in program income. So we had asked you back in September to have a public hearing to get some ideas about how we might be able to utilize some program income for the Community Development Block Grant. And we received 3 submissions. We received one from the Volunteer Center for a community center in San Andreas. We received a second one for housing by Habitat for Humanity. And the third one we received was senior medical transportations for our senior citizens to get them to doctor's appointments, etc. Now, the money needs to be utilized within our existing grant 2-year cycle, and so that's part of our constraints. We're recommending to you, after we reviewed all of the applications, the senior medical transportation program. And
Right?
yes.
Is that for senior medical transportation or veterans and senior?
It would be for low-income seniors, of which many of ours, as you know, veterans would be eligible for that, yes. Because most of the preponderance of our veterans are Korean and Vietnam veterans. Yeah. So that would help get them to many of the appointments we've been having discussions about. So that is what we are asking from you today. This would pay for one 4-passenger van that has a lift and a second van that is an 8-passenger van with a lift. This would cover the insurance, the cost of a dispatcher and a scheduler. It would cover the gas, the maintenance, et cetera, for all of 2 years. Okay? That's the Cliff Notes. Okay? Any questions? If you want the real specific, the experts are behind me, but I just wanted to be able to give you the Cliff Notes.
That's great.
Okay? Thank you.
Not yet. Not yet. Not yet.
Oh, not yet.
Oh, all right. Sorry. Because to go to public comments, I have to open it up to a public hearing. And I haven't done that yet.
A couple questions before the public hearing.
Go ahead.
Mary, can you define what the age of the senior is? Where does it start? 50, 55, 60, 62?
For a senior, low income? Normally, according to CDBG, it's 62, I believe. 62. Did it? It's 60 now? Okay, thank you.
Okay.
They keep changing on me.
Almost there.
And then after 2 years, if this grant is awarded, then the vehicle stay?
Yes, the vehicle stays.
They stay.
Yes.
All right, so nothing's returned or?
No.
Okay.
No, we don't know. This is a grant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions from the board? If not, I'd like to open it up, open a public hearing. And in a public hearing, we can hear from the public, and you will have 5 minutes. 5.
You have to write down their name.
Yes. Please write down your name.
Okay. Bill McManus, Hanford Hill. I just had a quick question from, I don't know if it's what I heard or what I thought I heard, and that was regarding veterans. Are veterans included as a group just because they're veterans, or are they coincidentally included because they're low income? I don't know exactly what that was. I don't want to ask questions out here, but it seemed unclear to me that are people coincidentally included by their status based on income?
Okay.
It would be because they were senior citizens.
As of 60 years old, right?
Yes. Because they're 60 years old. Yeah.
I had a couple of questions. Is the $250,000, is that the total amount of the CDBG monies available?
Yes.
Okay. Is this we spoke of CDBG money last year, and I know I spoke up and I said, what about an alternative list of care providers? And I think you were going to talk with me about CDBG, Shirley, when this was presented, and that didn't happen. So I'm wondering that my idea didn't even qualify. It would be a CSBG idea rather.
Yeah, it wouldn't have qualified under CDBG, probably.
Okay, and then let me see. The second thing is. The transportation. This is to buy a couple of vans included in this, is what I'm understanding. And then I would also like to say that we're still mulling around the carpool idea for having vehicles available to all the counties, and knowing that the IHSS Advisory Committee has access to a van that we've only used 10 times in the past 10 years, that could be possibly used. I wasn't on the committee last time, but I suggested that when the probation department was looking for a van, that might have been an option for them. Once again, I'm saying there's a van that doesn't really get that much of our use sitting over there in the parking lot at the welfare department, so consider that also.
I'm glad somebody's doing it. Got my support. I'm not very happy about 10 grand coming in from someplace else. You got $250,000 coming here. Okay? We're talking about $1,000. But how often the transportation, how many days is going to be available? And if you're going to buy another vehicle, that's wonderful, but I believe Public Works getting rid of a couple of vehicles. I don't know what they're going to do with it, but I'd much rather see Public Works, they're replacing it. Transfer it over to this good folks and use the money for the benefit of the patient, your customers, your clients. I don't see any details on it. I don't really see the detailed breakdown where the $250,000 is going to go to, other than you're going to put a limited senior people, transfer them to medical needs. How often, when it's available, how many people they're going to expect. I mean, they must have some kind of track record. How many vehicles they own now? I mean, the place looks like a car lot sometimes. Where is the big money going to go to? Because they do have vehicles. And you, as a Board of Supervisors, there's some other staff that have a few vehicles also that they're getting rid of, called Public Works. Is that going to be just for the vehicles? How often they're going to be used? What's going to be costing the maintenance? Are they going to have to train personnel to do this? How big of a vehicles they're going to have? Do they have special license? What is going to cost them? Personnel. How much is going to be used for? What's the breakdown of the $250,000 other than good intentions? Thank you. Is the bus transportation going to be any hours, any time? I believe there's something about a dispatcher, 1 day a week. So how often are you going to use the damn bus if the dispatcher is only one? 1 day a week. Maybe intention, I'm not questioning the intention, but I would like to see the details. I would like to see the details. Because the grant is still, maybe doesn't affect your county, but the grant is affecting a few people in it who's paying for it. Thank you.
George Fry. I would like to start out with the number 7,000. That number is the number of veterans in this county. Of those 7,000, 5,000 are over the age of 60 and are Vietnam vets that need transportation to go to Sacramento, to Palo Alto, or over to Livermore. I'm happy to hear that we have the opportunity to get 2 vans that people that are for people that are disabled. It's been many years that Vietnam vets have ignored the VA, and it's only because, like myself, we're in our late 60s, and our bodies are breaking down. And so now, many of those Vietnam veterans are seeking help from the VA. So, I think it's really necessary. I don't think we need to be concerned with all the micromanaging of the dispatcher and the drivers and all of that. And I think it's a well worth program. For a few years, I've been driving veterans to Palo Alto, to Livermore, and so that they'd have a way to go. Many of these veterans, they've had to take a bus from Sonora, and they had to be there at 5:30 in the morning, ride all day. If they were only going to Livermore, that was fine. But the rest of them that were going to Palo Alto, they'd have to ride the bus all the way to Palo Alto, do what they needed to do there, and then get back on the bus, go to Livermore, pick up the rest, and come back. The folks that are living in Amador County, their transportation system is such that any veterans there could meet at Post 108, the American Legion Post, and they could take the Amador Transit that would take them to the air base in Sacramento, Mather Air Force Base, where there's a VA clinic. So I strongly urge you to approve the funding for these two buses. Thank you.
Marty Crane, Valley Springs, and Director of the Volunteer Center. When this first came up, it was presented as transportation for our veterans, with a side note of seniors. And it's evolved into seniors 60 or older, and of course many of them are veterans. Since 1991, the Volunteer Center has been administering a volunteer safety net transportation program that we administer it, but the community makes it happen. They drive their own cars, and we reimburse for mileage. For $35,000 a year, the entire program could be run easily. So it's a financially and prudent way to do it. I have to say, I was excited about the idea of a van with a lift, because in the volunteer transportation program, most of the drivers, as I suspect most of them will be for this program, are seniors. And so the clients have to be able to get in and out of the car fairly easily on their own with limited support. And so I was pretty excited to hear about a van for that, for those who maybe need a lift. But since 1991, we have never, not even once, had more than one person going to the doctor or a veterans clinic at the same time, ever, since 1991. And all the social agencies and the veterans services, they all know that the volunteer center is there. And when they call, I've been asked, so what percentage or how many veterans were you not able to serve? I go, it's a zero, because we have never said no. We always just figure out a way to make it happen. That's community. And so I'm just really confused about the 4-passenger van and the 8-passenger van and the $250,000. You know, I realize that this is an amount of money that we could put to good use around here, and I know that there's reasons why they selected this one over the Habitat or whatever. The Volunteer Center Community Center was really a location for a neighborhood center where the volunteer center would live and be able to then afford to continue with some sustainability on this transportation program. So I just wanted to say that one other thing. The people, since we have never had to say no, and they all know where to find us, and we drive to the VA clinics and out of county all the time, we probably have 2 to 3 volunteer drivers on the road any given day of the year, an average. It's usually Monday through Friday, but 2 or 3 if you average it out every day of the year. And it's been that way for years. And so there was one thing I wanted to share with you, and So everybody knows where to find us, right? So if they're not calling, they're getting where they need to go. Now, Mr. Fry mentioned the difficulty with using transit. Well, for some people, that transit trip might be a sense of independence. They can just do it on their own. For others, it's probably more of a challenge, in which case I would hope they would call their support network, their family, their friends, their community, the volunteer center. And I worry that when we say, we'll drive you. Uncle Henry, you don't have to drive Cousin Esther. You don't have to drive her anymore. Or Esther, you don't have to drive Uncle Henry. I worry that we run the risk of fracturing the family and the community involvement in this process. And veterans have told me before that oh God, we can't do that. 30 seconds. And so that's all I have to say. Where we go with this, we go with it. But I just want to make sure everybody knew that since 1991, not more than one person's ever needed to go to the doctor at the same time, same place. That's all.
Kathy Tobel with Common Grounds. This is something I'm extremely passionate about. For 10 years, I have been working in these counties to try to get transportation for medical appointments. I feel very honored that we're really close to that. Our agency last month provided 30 transports for medical appointments. 5 of those were wheelchair bound. Common Grounds since 2000 has been providing transportation for seniors in Amador County. We're using our own vehicles from Amador to come over here if we have a wheelchair client. $250,000. I mean, first of all, if I understand it right, there is no operating cost in this. This is equipment. We truly believe that socialization is an extremely important part of our seniors that are stuck in their homes' lives. I don't know if you're aware of it, but we have close to 230 clients in Calaveras County who receive Meals on Wheels. These are homebound people that can't get out. They can't get to the volunteer center because they can't provide the necessary transportation because of their transport needs. We want to do things like get all these vets together, get their appointments. We've been working with the VA in Palo Alto. We've been working with the VA in Sonora, working to get them to make their appointments on the same day so that we can transport 6, 7, 8 of them at one time. It's more economical. It gives them socialization. It gets them in with other vets. So many things I want to say. The senior centers, the mobile home parks. Again, a lot of those single women that are there, that are stuck there, that never learned to drive, that lost their driver's license due to a medical reason, they're stuck in those places unless somebody takes them somewhere. We want to get them out on a monthly basis to a shopping trip. You put 6, 7, 8 of them from one mobile home park on a van. Again, you're socializing them. This is not just about transportation. This is about taking care of our own people in our community that need it. Thank you very much.
Kathy? Thank you.
Oh.
Any other public comments? Okay. Seeing none, I can bring it back to the board real quick, right? Bring it back to the board for comments. No comments?
May I have the questions be answered?
Okay.
First off, I'd like to say that the money that we're recommending would go to Common Grounds. Has nothing to do with any of the vehicles in Health and Human Services, has nothing to do with the staff in Health and Human Services. Got to be real clear about that. On the issue of veterans and switching it to senior citizens, it was recommended by the Home and Community Services Division at the state that the broader category of senior citizen includes that, given our county, and that way we can utilize the transportation services in a larger vein. And we happen to agree with that premise, and that way we can maximize the vans for multi-purpose. We also are aware of and have been and had conversations with Common Grounds that they are coordinating with the transit services so that they take and will be picking up people who they've either not been served or will help relieve some of those specialized trips that take away from the ongoing transit issues. The other thing I have to say realistically is that, in Health and Human Services, transporting clients to medical appointments, to other appointments, is the number one issue that we have. We don't have enough transporters, especially in the area of the senior programs, either to the clinics, you name it. So just from having worked Health and Human Services for 10 years, I can tell you now, there isn't enough transportation to anything local, let alone to any of the specialists, which we don't happen to have just yet, although I know there's been work trying to get some specialists here. So, and that's the beauty of having some vans that are focused on getting people to that specialized transportation for the medical needs for those specialists that might be taking them out of county for those needs and bringing them back home. So that, especially like for the vets, what Mr. Fry forgot to tell you is that when they leave and they need to be down in Sonora by 5:30, they get home at 8 o'clock here. So if they also have to go to West Point, they're home by 9 or whatever time. That's a very long day if you're disabled, and especially if you're in poor health. So, we're just trying to take care of our citizen to the best of our ability. And that's why the recommendation is there. This is strictly money for the vans and getting the appointments made, et cetera. It has nothing to do with anything else but that.
Any questions? Mary, could I address you for a moment, please? In our board packet information, it says this money, these funding will be used for the acquisition of vans, 1 4-passenger, 1 8-passenger, fuel, maintenance, insurance, license, signage, marketing materials, advertising, computer, and scheduling software.
Yeah.
Common Ground would contribute $10,000 to cover staff costs for a dispatcher and driver.
Mm-hmm.
So these vans would be designated strictly for that point.
Right.
For that
They have to
purpose,
be.
using $250,000 funding.
Right. Right. And we do the audit.
It's a whole program, but that would be administered
By Common Ground.
Common
Yeah,
Ground.
and then we just make sure that we do the audit.
It would be used solely for the transportation of patients,
They have to.
for the restrictions of the grant.
Yeah. And then we make sure that, and we do the audit. Mhm. Okay?
I'd like to clarify some things as I'm reading more and more about grants. This specifically says it's for medical transportation.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically says for those 60 and older, and they're going to have to meet an income criteria to write
Low
the van.
income, yeah.
Okay. So to get into the, how are you going to determine who's low income or not when they call and need the bus? But Kathy mentions about the socialization aspect of getting a group to go somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
So does that jeopardize the grant at all if they're not going to a medical appointment?
If you use the vans, let's say you have an hour or two where you don't need them for a medical appointment, and you use it to take some people for a socialization, that's okay as long as it's not the preponderance.
Okay. And then will people have to pay to ride the van in addition to? Because I'm
For the community development block grant, no.
No.
It's an outright grant.
So it's a free service for at least the 2 years
Yeah.
that we have this grant and,
Yes.
and this equipment. Okay. And then it says what was the other? I guess you answered the other question. So, all right, thanks.
Okay. Other questions?
Any other questions? No, I have one more.
Sure.
I have a problem with the fact that this grant is used for the transportation of medical appointments. And that's pretty specific.
Mm-hmm.
How do we get social trips out of it?
If, let's say you have folks, let's say today is a day where you're picking up people around San Andreas, okay, bringing them here, and you have the driver waiting to pick people up because you're going to pick up and bring back a whole bunch of folks, let's say at 3 o'clock. That's the way it's set up for the transportation back. In the interim, you can pick up a couple of folks and bring them someplace to, let's say, a meal site and get them back while you're waiting. You can do that. It doesn't mean that you're going to do a whole lot of other things. And then, it just says the preponderance of the day is being used for medical.
I don't see that in my document package. I'll have to take a look at that.
You have to think about medical in lots of different ways too.
Sorry, what?
You have to look at medical also in a lot of different ways too. There's a strong belief too that I need to take you to talk to some of my senior citizens, and Debbie certainly knows this.
I'm one.
No. What I'm saying is there are some people, like for example, one of our seniors came to visit me recently, and she was talking about how when she went to, for example, one of the chronic pain management, and they talked to her, she was pretty much like bedbound, hanging out, just didn't feel like wanting to do things. And when she went to some of the classes and learned how to deal with her pain, she learned that part of that was that she had to get up out of bed and start doing things. And now today she's very much of an advocate out doing things. Okay? And part of that is also for her going out and doing things and going to the meal site, etc. So the question comes, is that her health? You have to look at health in a lot of different ways. And that is part of what I think Kathy's point is. You have to look at health in more than one way. It isn't just a doctor and a pill and a surgery, etc. You have to look at, if you bring a whole bunch of folks that normally would be, and we know this, that depression can do all sorts of negative things to your body when you're just isolated, then, and it can cause you to have major health problems. You get people out of that, even for an hour or two a day, and you bring them to a place where all of a sudden they feel important again, and they feel like they have some social, and they start talking, and then their day brightens up. It changes their world around. And all of a sudden, maybe they don't need some of the things that they've needed, and their health gets better, they're mentally alert, etc. You've changed their world around in their health, and they may not need some of the things that happened before. They may not even need mental health kinds of things that happen. It changes a whole lot of things. And so do not think just along those small lines. A meal site can change a whole lot of things. So, I'm just going to be, remember, I'm also in behavioral health.
I agree with you,
Right.
Mary, but
But I think what happens in these grant programs, you're saying medical appointments, and that's what, the narrow-scoped mindset is going to look at. I don't know, maybe Terry is...
Well, that's why I said we can work with the state, too.
Right, but if it's more, as I see it, it's going to be more like health and wellness type appointments. I mean, medical is so black and white for some people. They can't see the advantages of, getting someone to a senior site for a meal. Health-wise, that's going to be good for them. Wellness-wise, social, all of those dynamics, So I can see, the flexibility in the program as we're saying it, but when these grants I've seen before, when you say medical, sometimes folks at that state level or who's ever administering the grants at a higher level look at it as very black and white.
And
So
I'd be willing, if the board agrees, because the resolution talks about my negotiating with the state, Megan, that the whole issue is that you allow me that opportunity to see if we can broaden that. Okay?
I would agree with that.
All right?
And then I see the integration working with transit at some point when we start looking at schedules.
That'd be great. I agree with you.
If you can run a secondary use, is that what you're asking?
Yeah, to broaden the definition along what Supervisor Ponte was suggesting.
Can I make one more suggestion?
You can make as many as you want.
In there?
Yeah. To reconfirm what we're talking about, we've been running our restaurant for 9 years, mostly a senior area. Those folks don't come in there just for food. And so you can see a lot of them come in sometimes very withdrawn and sometimes angry. And you can tell where they're going. Good example, my mom. And now she became part of the whole situation down there. Socialization is huge for seniors. It helps them actually eat better. I watched people go from not taking care of themselves at all, not eating worth a darn, coming in like they are just waiting to lay down and die, to improve their whole life. I like to say it was our food, but I think it was the company they kept in the restaurant. And not just the restaurant, but a good place is a senior center. Senior center is another great place for that. And I know many seniors that would be sitting in their homes all alone, not doing anything, if they didn't have places like this to go to. That keeps them healthier longer. And so I think it's a really great idea. When you say socialization on those vans, if you're sitting all by yourself in a car driving around, or if you have somebody driving a car with you, especially if you like them, it's a whole different trip. And so you get 3 or 4 of those veterans or seniors in that van, taking them somewhere. It's a party, It's way better than just waiting for the next bad thing to happen to you medically. So I agree with the whole socialization, medical interaction.
Well, I want to kind of stick up for Mary a little bit too, because I had the pleasure of sitting with her while she opened herself up to questions from the veterans group, and she doesn't have an easy task. If we had a separate veterans service office where everything had its own budget and so forth, it would be easy. But her task is to serve the veterans, and it's mixed in with everything else she does. So it's not just simple for her to say, with a 12% veterans group in this county, this is just going to be used for veterans, because it's going to be used for a mix. But she isn't, I guarantee she's including them in her thought pattern. I've heard her say that. She cares deeply for it. And somewhere in the future, we've got to straighten that out a little bit for her. She is trying to also do something, I believe, that I heard discussed, and that is keep our veterans from going out of the county to get these services. And these vans could help that. And stop me anytime I'm wrong. These vans could keep our veterans somewhat in this county. Right now, maybe they're not asking for transportation because somehow they got a ride to Amador County, or somehow they got a ride to Tuolumne County, when maybe some of that could have been had here for them. And this will help that. Now, anytime you say grant, I've got a suspicious eye, so I'm already on board with that, and the things that go along with it. But I would support her in this effort.
So, and knowing that, Common Grounds is involved makes it even better, because that's what they do. They coordinate with seniors. It's just a good deal. So,
and I think there's room too. I mean, the volunteer center was made mention. My experience is that you have those who don't mind that kind of public transport, and then you like those who like a very individualized kind of custom ride. They don't want to ride with anybody else. They want to be in a car. They want to get to their appointment and back. And don't want to wait on a bus for 2 hours as others are, shopping or medical appointments or whatever it might be. So, hopefully if this grant is awarded, it can be a cohesive effort of, what Common Grounds is hoping to do here with the volunteer center, with public transit, a coordination of services is what I'm hoping for to better serve our population. And it might be a combination of different resources for people if there's some sharing of information and everyone's kind of thinking as they're developing their routes and such that we're taking all that into consideration.
Yeah.
I do have a question here where it was anticipated that 100 lower income seniors will be served. Is that number based on a survey, or that seems low to me? I don't know if...
Okay.
Yeah. I'm Terry Cox Consulting. Normally on any of these CDBG descriptions, we do an estimate.
Okay.
It's great if you exceed it. If you don't meet it, there you want to know why. So this is kind of the low.
Bare minimum.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah. Now I was going to make one suggestion too. It would be an eligible thing for the county to do transportation of seniors for anything. I mean, it would be eligible within the Community Development Block Grant Program. What you put in your resolution, however, will tie how narrow or wide the specific thing that you're approved for is. So with that in mind, I would suggest that there be a slight alteration to the wording of the resolution in the set-aside part where it says senior medical transportation services. I would add senior medical and health transportation services, and that would open it up so that people need to go to the pharmacy, or if they much broader concept, but your resolution is going to be the thing that will tie you most narrowly. So that might be a way to address that.
What about any essential services that's opened it up even further? Would that open it up too far, I think?
Well, I think that would require another conversation with the state. They might approve it and they might not. Part of the discussion that we've already had with them was, well, how do you know how many people need this service? And if it's very, very broad, like essential services, they would want to know, okay, well, what? Exactly what services are we talking about, and how do you know how many you're going to need? So it might be a really long conversation, which would delay you a lot longer.
Ms. Cox, that was my point.
Yes.
I'm a firm believer in helping our senior citizens. But my concern was with the terms of the grant as it's written, and you're right, we do need to modify the wording of the resolution. I would like to see that include social needs also, but that's a discussion you have to have with the state. Am I correct there?
Yeah.
I just don't want the grant to backfire.
I understand absolutely, and I also keep an eye to potential narrow interpretations down the road. So what could be another alternative in terms of wording is senior medical and wellness transportation services.
Could you repeat that, please?
Senior medical and wellness transportation services.
I would agree with that.
Medical and wellness.
Yeah, health and wellness. Okay.
Okay, how much would it throw it if you said project primarily for exactly what you just
Primarily means we go back to square one.
said? Okay. So you're not going to sneak that under the bus no matter how you try it? Got it.
And I understand.
Did you get all your questions answered, or do you have another one?
I got another question.
Okay.
There's another issue going on. I'm glad you're making the change, but I would strongly recommend that good folks when they traveling with people is don't mention necessarily where they're taking them. If unless you want to get AC or you come after your butt, don't mention you take them at the Catholic Church. No.
You signed it once already.
I did want. No, you don't. I did want to mention that we do have a sign-in sheet that is specifically for this public hearing, and written comments regarding the county's community development block grant program can be addressed to the County Health and Human Services Department.
Thank you. Thank you. I have another comment from Marty.
Marty Crane, I am just thrilled that we are actually having this big conversation. We've been singing this song as a solo, well, except it's kind of like a duet with Mary for years, but now it's starting to sound like a little bit of a choir singing the song and the issues surrounding the isolation of so many of our seniors. And when I appreciate the socialization, because every time we take someone to the doctor, if they are up to it, we stop at the grocery store, wherever they need to go, if they are up to it. So many of them, I don't know who mentioned that they may not be well enough to wait for others to finish their appointments and that sort of thing. And they're, sometimes they're just so ill that they just need to be in their own solo space. So I'm just excited that we're acknowledging that, and that I've said many times that they're out there. You don't know who they are. Most people don't know who they are because they can't get here to come and speak to you and stand at this podium. And so I'm just real excited that I hope that we don't stop talking about this issue, because that's at least, the seniors, it's a growing population. We're at least a third of our population. And those are people that we're our constituents. And the one thing that I'm feeling a little angst over is that I know Mary always has this in her radar. How are we going to help and support the work of the Volunteer Center? This is like, yes, having the vans for the socialization programs, absolutely, trying to get the Veterans Administration to schedule the appointments at the same time is a good idea. Good. That's a good use of them. Marketing it like just a transportation program for seniors is a good thing, but where does the Volunteer Center come into this? Are you going to let us know at some point that we don't have to do this anymore? Or are we going to support that work? Because I think there are many, many people that will still need this individual, one-on-one, door-through-door assistance. So anyway, keep the song going. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to bring it back to board, and we will conclude the public meeting, or public hearing right now. Go back to the board. So, any other questions by board? No?
Mr. Chair, I do have a comment. It was suggested that they go back to the state, see if they can redefine the terms to include some of those issues that we spoke about in the hearing. We have the opportunity to have that happen and get feedback back from Dr. Photos.
I think what I heard was that the language that we were going to change the resolution to would include health and wellness, and we wouldn't have to go back to the state.
That would be our resolution.
Yes. All right. So do I have a motion to
I'll make a
approve?
motion.
Can I, okay.
Make a motion to approve the grant for a community development block grant for $250,000 with modifying the language to include health and wellness transportation
Services.
Services.
All right.
Second.
So we have a motion by by Supervisor Ponte and a second by Supervisor Wright. All in favor?
Aye.
Carries 5-0. Thank you. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you, Mary.
Okay, so let's move on to item number 12, Public Works. Review the Calaveras Transit fiscal year 2014 and 15 second quarter performance report.
I have good news for you, Chair.
All right, what?
We are asking to continue
Carry
this
on.
item until March 31st.
Okay.
We are going to be revising the first quarter report, and we are restructuring the second quarter report based on some feedback that we got at the COG last week. We would like to prepare a little bit more of a robust report for all of you.
Okay.
Okay?
So we'll do that. I'm assuming the board doesn't have an issue with that? All right, so we'll move Public Works, review the Calaveras Transit fiscal year 2014-15 second quarter performance report to March 31st.
Thank you.
Item number 13, Administrative Office, appointment of applicants to serve on various committees, commissions, advisory boards, and county service areas.
Thank you, Chair. We have additional, as we do every meeting, we have appointments to be considered for the various boards, committees, and commissions. I'll go ahead and read the board, committee, and commission and the applicants. So the Area 12 Agency on Aging Advisory Board has a vacancy for a general public member for a term expiring 12/31/17. An application has been received from Barbara Grogan. She is an incumbent. There is the Golden Hills Community Service Area, CSA number 12, has 3 vacancies for terms expiring 12/31/18. There's 3 applications, all from incumbents: Charles Leitzel, Kenneth Oliver, and Daniel Young. First 5 Commission has a vacancy for a special ed early intervention representative for a term expiring 12/31/16. Tricia Simmons has applied. The In-Home Supportive Services Advisory Committee has a vacancy for a current or past consumer for a term expiring 12/31/15, and an application was received from Paul Snyder. I'm not sure how to pronounce his last name. And the Parks and Recreation Commission has a vacancy for a District 2 representative for a term expiring 12/31/15, and an application was received from Reuben Childress.
I have a question on that.
Yes.
Parks and Rec Commission. How many vacancies do we have left there?
We have 2 members.
We have 2 members. From what?
If this appointment is made, we have 2 members.
Who's the other one?
I'm sorry, I don't know off the top of my head.
So
District 3.
I think it might be a District 3 person.
We're missing Dave Evans.
you guys have some people in the wings there you can call?
Yes. Alex Montgomery, I believe, is District 3, but that's...
Says we're running out of time.
I actually posted it.
Okay.
Get any response.
Well, you just call people. Tell them. That's what I did with Ruben.
Yes.
That's what it says in the...
That's what I did.
That's what it says on his thing. Why did you run Chris Wright? Called me.
Are you going to call him and like take him to the meetings too because he doesn't have transportation?
Strong arm.
Well,
he's about to.
Ruben, no, Ruben's very good. I mean, he basically, that's what he's really into is Parks and Rec. So he really wants to do something,
Good.
but if there's no commission, he can't. He can't sit on it. So.
Chair, I have one question. Maybe this could go for the board clerk. On the first 5 Calaveras Board of Supervisors, is it required that the applicant be a resident of Calaveras County?
I'm sorry, first
On the
by
application.
Board of Supervisors?
Yeah, it's actually listed as first 5 of Calaveras County. On the application for Tricia Simmons, does that applicant have to be a resident of the county?
She does not. She's representing an agency within the county.
Okay.
Yeah, we discussed it.
Okay.
First 5.
Okay. Any public comments on this item? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Do I have a motion for this?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
So I have a motion by Chris Wright and a second by Supervisor Kearney for the appointment of applications to serve as on various committees, commissions, advisory boards, and county service areas. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carries 5-0. Okay, we'll go to number 14, Administrative Office, appointment of applicant to serve on the IHSS Advisory Committee.
This was the, brought forward to at a previous meeting. We asked to move it to this meeting because of the concerns about conflict of interest. That concern has been alleviated. There is no conflict of interest. So we brought it back for the board's consideration.
Okay. So it's out of your district there, Chris. Yeah. Public comments on this item?
I'm curious as to Allison Allen Taxpayer Association. I was curious what individual we're talking about.
I'm sorry, Steve Walensky appointed to the IHSS Advisory Committee.
Okay, thank you.
And just for clarification, it's not a District 2 representative. It is a
Countywide.
it's a
Public
general
member.
public.
Okay. General public.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Is there any other public comments on this?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry. I support Steve Walensky being on there.
I had an opportunity to listen to Mr. Steve Walensky, taken a couple of weeks ago, and it wasn't exactly kind words to the community as a whole county. Kind of, if anything, it would be kind of nasty. And folks, there was a reason he's sitting up there, because he wanted this board to be cleaned up. There's a lot of people wanted to get appointments for different positions past couple of years, and there was a reason they're not sitting at this board. And I don't like to get personal, so I will not, but some of the association Mr. Walensky had and has, I don't quite think that I would hold this up as a statue of what I would like to see any organization to be led by in prior years and in present situation. So it is basically a politically appointed position, and I would suggest take a good look at it, because basically you put somebody in that position, you put them in there, it's not going to be a very good reflection. I would strongly recommend give it time and look around, because it's not going to be very nice on some of the old issues be brought up. And to some folks, they like to say, hey, don't kick a dead horse. When it gets perhaps to the public view and participation, it's not going to be pretty. Get a reality check, folks. And it's your decision. You're going to bear the consequences. Do your diligence. your fiduciary responsibility.
30 seconds.
Please don't make a mistake. It might not be pretty. You're not going to like it. But it's going to directly reflect on you. Thank you.
Bonnie Newman from Double Springs. I don't know exactly what Peter's alluding to, but Steve Walensky on this committee will bring it out of the doldrums, out of the dark ages. The committee has not functioned, I don't think, since its inception. Steve Walensky was actually part of the union, SEIU, back in the 80s when the public authority was created. He has more background and, I think, commitment towards this program than I think probably anybody on the committee has ever had. And so I will urge you to consider Mr. Walensky's application as being an answer to a big problem that you all have been concerned about. It was eliminating the IHSS Advisory Committee. Finally, we'll have someone that understands the whole concept and will be able to put the whole program together and decide what is necessary and what is not necessary. We may be able to do our job finally, which is understanding the program enough to come and tell you people what kind of position you should take on legislation or what kind of resolutions we think is important for you to send to the state, or what position you may take in this community as far as the handicapped and the elderly. So whatever Peter is saying, I'm against it. Or whatever he's against, I'm for. Because in this situation, I don't think Peter knows what he's talking about. He must have a history with Mr. Walensky, but we all have a history with Mr. Walensky because we knew how effective he was on the committee, on this board, I mean, and we know how effective he's been able to be in his community up in West Point. So thank you.
Marty Crane. I've been attending these IHSF's advisory committee meetings and actually working with the committee, even though I wasn't an official member, for, 2 years, something like that. And we have made great progress. But the progress that we've made, actually getting to the next step, requires that we have Mr. Walensky on this committee. He came in, for example, he came to an advisory committee meeting and did a presentation. It was like 45 minutes. And to the group of members that were there, and these are people who had been provided with orientation little by little over the years, and they had a totally upside-down view of what their roles and responsibilities were. And when they were to the point where they didn't even quite know how to make a motion, And so when he was finished with this presentation, they knew what their roles and responsibilities were, and they were empowered. So please approve this and then look out, because the IHSS Advisory Committee is about to take in on its own. So thank you so much for your help.
And we have Debbie also.
That's right. Thank you, Debbie. Oh, I see was back.
Okay. Any other public comments? Board comments? All right. Can I have a motion, please?
You have a motion.
Yeah.
You have a motion.
Oh, you made a motion?
Right.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Wright, second by Supervisor Ponte. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It carries 5-0.
This day will go down in infamy. Fine infamy.
All right. So we're on Item number 15, board comment, board announcements. In compliance with AB 1234, Chapter this Government Code, Section 53232.3D, this is the time for the board members to report on meetings attended on behalf of the county and carry out their duties as county supervisor. Who would like to start?
I'll go.
All right, Chris.
Okay, so at the Fish and Game Committee meeting this last week, and that went really well. Unfortunately, though, I did learn today that we may not get the fish for the fish community fish day we do each year. So that would be bad. So hopefully that will work out. But I just got an email on that right over lunch. Let's see. Mental health board meeting I attended. Then attended on Wednesday and Thursday the Sierra Nevada Conservancy board meeting. Sierra Nevada Conservancy is working on a lot of watershed restoration work throughout the whole Sierra Nevada, trying to get more funding for that, especially around a lot of what Cliff's been talking about as far as reducing the fuel loads that we face throughout the Sierra Nevada, not just in Calaveras, but everywhere throughout California, really. So that was an interesting conference and board meeting I attended last week, and then a first five meeting on Friday. So we're in the middle of kind of updating the strategic plan for the next couple of years on first five. So it's a good lively discussion, especially there's a number. 1986 is the amount of children between the ages of 0 and 5. It would have been good if Peter would have been there, because then we could have had a longer discussion about what that really meant. But I did actually, I questioned that number, which is, because how do they get that number? So that was I think that I find demographics really challenging to get true, accurate count of especially in my rural district, of who's there, and especially because you have a lot of working class families and poor families that move a lot, and so it's challenging to get accurate data and know precisely who you're dealing with. So that was kind of an interesting discussion, at least to me. And that's it.
Okay.
It seems like I've done a lot since our last meeting. It's almost hard to remember it all, but I went for 2 days to CSAC training, which someone asked before. They wanted to know how much you're paying for it and what you're getting out of it. Well, it was already paid for, so I can't tell you that. It's 208 miles, which I haven't filed yet, so that's there too. I'm on salary, so who knows how much I paid to go there. But the real thing is, what did you learn when you were there? Quite a bit of information wasn't passed, and things that maybe I thought about or you're reminded of. Dealing with a lot of the government roadblocks that might be in your way as you try to progress things. Meeting some of the other people that are there is also real important. So much information, you're almost on overload by the time you get back. I did not stay there. I will tell everybody who's listening, if you have to be at a meeting in downtown Sacramento at 8:30, do not commute from Calaveras County. It was a bad thing. It will add an extra hour to your commute. I've been holding my office hours, which are Thursday, from 1 to 2, as regularly as I can. I missed 1 week. I have some people coming in. I was there actually till almost 4 o'clock last week. We've got into a great conversation. Welcome anybody to come in. It's an open forum type office hours, Thursday from 1 to 3 at the RCPOA Clubhouse. I love company, love having somebody come in. When someone like Bonnie Newman visits me, I walk away and I know things that I didn't know before, and I really do appreciate it. Plus, Bonnie always brings me fruit.
You won't take bribes.
I also went to my first COG meeting. I can tell you that it's a very hardworking group of people. It's a very involved agenda. I will spend a lot of time on those agendas coming up. There's a lot of things going on there. It does take a lot of effort to understand what's there. I was much more prepared to sit up this seat than I was that, and I won't do that again. Debbie's smiling at me because maybe she was sitting close to me thinking it's like that high.
No, it's a lot to learn.
Yes, it is. Holy smoke. It is a very involved group, and it does take a lot of effort, and I will give the county their money's worth when I do that. I had the real pleasure to attend at the invitation of Charity Vaness, a veterans leadership group in the county. That's where I shared a venue with Mary Sawicki, and somewhere, someday, somehow, I really hope that we can figure out how to have a complete office for the veterans. And Mary's doing everything she can, and I certainly admire that and appreciate it. But we need to have that answered going forward. How are we going to do it? I don't know, but I'm not going to get it until I figure it out. Had the great pleasure of rushing back from CSAC to see the very first Friends of the Library melodrama. I realize that's a social event, but I still want to bring it up because I think there's one more that you can attend. It's a lot of fun, always. I do encourage everybody to go to it. Helps a great group. I also am assigned to the JPA Area on Aging Commission, and that meeting was canceled. The meeting was in Mariposa. I tried hard to save the county money by setting up a conference call. At the last minute, they found out they can't do that, so it's my fault that the meeting was stalled 1 month. So going forward, no matter where it's at, I'll show up physically so that doesn't happen again. But I was listening to some of the presentations and remembering what I'd read there, and there's a lot to learn there also, and a lot of opportunity for us to do things. I don't know if I brought this up the last time, but we had the first meeting of our solid waste task force. I may have brought that up. It hasn't met in a long, long time. We voted in a chair and a vice chair. There is a lot of what I like to call low-hanging fruit to pick and maybe accomplish things that are for the good of the county, and I'm excited to be part of it. And one just a little quick remark. I try not to tell all the social stuff because we're at a lot of things, but I went to a crab feed, and I really am not wild about crab, but I went to one more, and it was at the Jenny Lynn firehouse at Calaveras Consolidated. Make sure I got all that straight. But it was a great time. Really a lot of fun. The local 4-H group ordered the servers, and they picked everything up, and they did a great job. So if you're lucky enough to have an event where they're out there doing that for you, you're going to have a real good time. Be sure to throw an extra couple bucks into their donation, into their tip jar, because they're really a good group of young people, and Calaveras has a good future with them on our docket.
Want to talk about the Caltrans thing?
Oh, thank you. As I said, a lot has happened. Got a call, and thanks for reminding me, Chair Edson, from one of my business people that we kind of share boundaries with. It was Jean Fox of Fox Realty in Valley Springs, and she keyed me in that Caltrans was coming for a quick meeting to discuss the widening of Highway 26 right by Lock and Tenna Golf Course. And so I rushed from one meeting to the next and got there, and they already had the Caltrans guy cornered in the parking lot and never even made it inside. So I joined in and listened to them, and it was really an impromptu meeting, but it was very, very important. They had a map laid out of the highway, and it would really, the change there would devastate the golf course. Our economy cannot, in that area, cannot afford to lose the revenue that was generated by the Lock and Tenna Golf Course. It's not, I don't like golf personally, so it's not me jumping up and down for that, it's me jumping up and down for the economics. So I dug my heels in, said this is not going to be. Unfortunately, Supervisor Edson was at another meeting, but I'm looking forward to him coming there with me so we bat double team on this. We've got a meeting going forward. It is a public meeting, and I would tell everyone that we really have to insist that Caltrans reroute that a little bit so that we don't disrupt the economics being thrown off that golf course. With all the things we've heard today, whether the water issues that are just so economically sensitive for our county, we can't afford to be clipped on this. So I appreciate you reminding me to tell everybody about that. Keep that on your radar, and if you see that coming up and you want to attend it, please back us up on that. We have got to get them to reroute that highway, period, and that can't be negotiable.
Yeah, and also with that, Jean Fox is she operates the 10th green there.
Yes.
If you look at where the flags are on the 10th green, they pretty much take out part of her parking lot.
Yes.
So, and also across the street there is the little strip mall, where they have some businesses in there. Does the same thing. It just brings the highway right up to their doorstep. And if you look across the highway on 26, it's an empty field.
It is, and the other things too, if they route it the way that they're suggesting right now, it will force, if you've ever golfed at La Quintana right by the clubhouse, or if you even see if you're driving that first green, the cart path will have to be moved over and run in that environmentally sensitive area. And you think everybody's going to agree to that? Yeah, right. And so we really just need to stand united to tell Caltrans, please do not do that.
Okay. Supervisor, yeah.
Thank you. I attended on Wednesday, following the last board meeting, the general plan town hall meeting held in Arnold. Had a good turnout there. And then that very next day I was accompanying Steve. We drove separately, though, because he decided to drive back, to the CSAC, two-day training conference for your supervisors, phase 2. Besides what Steve had to mention, or I'm sorry, Supervisor Bernie.
You call me Steve.
Okay. We had a chance to meet with the legislative analysts that work for CSAC, that work in the legislation over in Sacramento. And we got to meet with all of them, and it entailed different aspects of what CSAC's trying to do. And I found that very interesting because we got a direct update of what was going on. We also had a chance to sit down and speak with Assemblyman Frank Big, who happened to attend this. Very worthwhile time spent there. I got a great education of what happens. I'm sorry, was someone laughing?
No, it was just a lot of.
Oh, okay. And I thought it was very worthwhile to go there and get an education what's happening, find out what CSAC is doing for our counties. And yes, Mr. Rice, it's worth our money, believe me. We're going to be seeing this on our water issues, a position that we can address at the Capitol at a level higher than ours right now. So I'm very encouraged about being part of that organization. I did attend a meeting with Calaveras County Economic Development Company, which is different than the Calaveras Mariposa Economic Development Committee. This is a county-based operations, met with their principals and got an idea of what they have planned. They also work in conjunction with the Economic Development Committee that the county belongs to. Found that very interesting. I met with several constituents regarding the general plan and the mobility plan and the Arnold community plans as they pertain to the general plan. And it was a great opportunity to get some input from them on a one-to-one basis, although we're not going to be looking at that until we get that word back from the Planning Commission when we sit down and look at that first draft. I attended a Highway 4 corridor water meeting with CCWD Representative Bertha Underhill, and also, I believe, Supervisor Ponte was there. Thank you. We got some information on what's affecting us, and of course, our water problems are a major topic there. More importantly, we had a chance to look at all the agencies on the Highway 4 working together. Mr. Mills was there, And I was found that very quite surprised. I see that in our meeting we had here today. I think we're going towards a common goal in the right direction, but not only on our level here as a Board of Supervisors, but in communities too. I attended a couple of meetings involving an opportunity to increase our commerce here in the county. I'm working with a group that is promoting some major bicycling events and marathon events up in Highway 4 corridor, and it's a combination of 3 counties, Amador, Alpine, actually 4 counties, Amador, Alpine, Tuolumne, and Calaveras. We actually had a meeting with the Forest Service yesterday, putting in the application requirements to hold the first of the event scheduled to happen in June. Those events are in the permitting process right now, with applications being supplied to Caltrans, the different counties that it involves. We do have an application in Calaveras County, but it's incomplete at this time. So that just shows what's happening up in the Highway 4 corridor. Another thing that's happening very exciting is the Adventure and Arts Committee. They're going to be holding a major event on June 20th in the Cedar Center, and it's a group of community businesses getting together and forming what we need to have up in that area to promote our tourism, and that's events. Once again, I'm going to have an opportunity to sit in on that. I'm not part of that committee, but I highly encourage what they're doing. They'll be putting out press releases and posters and things on their event. I'm scheduled for an SPI tour tomorrow to take a look at the forest lands. They have been in contact with me, and we found that we have a lot of common things, a lot of common goals that we share, and they've invited me to take a tour of their lands as it pertains to our county and what we can do to make this prosperous for everybody, and also safe and economically safe, and environmentally safe. I've attended the Calaveras Mariposa Community Action Committee. I did that by phone due to the fact that they didn't know if they were going to have a forum, and they did form a forum at the last minute. So we had a pretty good idea of where we needed to go. They elected to fit in the new officers, and got a good idea of where we would be going this year. That means every quarterly. So other than that, business as usual. Supervisor Ponte.
Okay. I attended the COG meeting along with Supervisor Kearney. Part of that meeting, we had a report on our transportation that we postponed today, and I think that was for good cause, because we're asking for a little bit more specific information and do a better comparison, you might say, from one quarter to the next on the different routes and such, because there has been some modifications to routes, so in some cases we're comparing apples to oranges when we're looking at different routes. With that, we also heard about the opportunity to perhaps have a joint workshop with the City of Angels and the Board of Supervisors to really take a look at transportation and where we're going with it. The transportation plan is up for a review every 5 years. You kind of take a look at where you're going in the next 5 years. 2009-10 was the last time this was updated. And actually it was 2000, probably 3-4, when there was a lot of work that went into it. 2009 just kind of continued to carry forward the discussions of 2003-4. So this is an opportunity for us to sit down jointly as part of the JPA. Melissa Eads is working on some dates for that particular conference. I suggested that it be the full boards, both from here and the City of Angels, and perhaps we meet in Angels Camp for that particular meeting. So they're wanting to solicit ideas of where we take transportation for the next 5 years. And perhaps out of that, there's a more specific task force to look at some ideas. So that'll be coming our way in the next couple of months. Toward the Galt Recycling Center, very interesting project. I actually wanted to get down and drive that tractor and move that recycling stuff around or sort. Just really brought to light the need for more recycling and the opportunities that we can do here in the county. So I'm looking forward to the revised Solid Waste Task Force Committee and some of the ideas that may come out of there. We have the Highway 4 meeting that Supervisor Calaveras spoke of was a good joint meeting, the first in quite some time, various water agencies and sanitary districts, with possibly more being invited at a future time period. But it was a good time to kind of sit down, and we have a couple of particular projects to pursue. So many different projects, but we were able to get, I think, down to 2 projects to start with. And one of them is the possibility of drawing some water out of the Stanislaus that's currently not being tapped into, and how we could better manage that. And the Blue Lake Springs area is having some difficulty with their wells and such. So what can we do to support that endeavor? So a good meeting overall. And with wells, I have received several phone calls here of people telling me not necessarily that their well is dry, but it's not producing as well as it has in the past. And we're being compared to what Tuolumne County does for a program. I did ask Brian Moss for some information, and Tuolumne County is offering a program to help people either rebuild their wells or drill a new well, and it's a grant-funded program. It's managed through a not-for-profit type agency, and somewhat many strings attached. But first and foremost, you have to be declared an emergency.
A drought emergency.
Yeah, a drought emergency county. And then
It has to be within that sphere.
yeah, so there's lots of strings attached, as Brian is finding out. So currently, Calaveras County doesn't offer such a program, so we might be hearing more of that as we maybe go into our drought year and what people are experiencing. Central Sierra Child Support meeting is on the 23rd. Right now, it looks like it's a teleconference meeting coming up. I will be attending the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors meeting next Tuesday in regards to the Lake Tulloch resolution. And the supervisor in that county that represents Lake Tulloch and I are trying to, work together and keeping the lines of communication open on this particular area. On March 28th, the Lake Tulloch Alliance is put together a workshop of sorts with representation from McClintock's office, Bigelow and Berryhill, and some other fish, I don't know if you want to call them biologists or what their titles might be, but anyway, a panel discussion on Lake Tulloch and the issues there, and try to see what kind of language can be put forth in regards to modification or whatever of these environmental policies. So it's there's not a time or location set yet, but the date's been set with these particular representatives. And then I am, let's see, my 20s, my bar 20, circle 20, and kind of diamond 20 are having road issues and difficulty getting membership to the board. So I'll be working with Diane on those things to see how we can get our boards filled in these areas so they can continue working on some of the road issues they have. And I think that does it for me.
Thank you. So on 325, I went to the Valley Springs Utility District for an evening meeting. They're talking about, they've done a study to move their plant, basically their sewer plant, which sits in a flood zone, by the way. And so they had a public meeting to discuss where they're going to move it, which happens to be on Tom Coe's property, which he would donate some property for that. And it was a pretty loud meeting, actually. There's a few people over there that are louder than the people that are usually here, which I thought, well, we don't have it so bad here after all. And on the 20, well, and it's kind of an important move because right now the sewer plant sits. First of all, you sit at Starbucks and you take a look at the sewer plant. Some people that aren't from there think that the ducks are real cool on the little pond. not realizing that, it's a sewer plant in the middle of town and in the middle of a flood zone. So something has to be done there. Maybe that is the answer. That's what the engineers think the answer is. And, more meetings, and it'll come out. On the 25th, I had a meeting at the Chamber office to discuss with our Executive Director of the Chamber, Stacy Johnston, about how can we promote our Delta classes, try to get more students enrolled, and what can we do to do that? We have a light enrollment right now. Classes are happening. We're getting a fall lineup here pretty quick, and a spring lineup too, as a matter of fact. So, two of the classes that we're going to get, I think, is really important, is automotive tech, and it's the next level of automotive tech. They've had the first level this year, but we're also going to get a welding course. So more of that technical education is what we need here too. On the 26th, I went to Historical Society dinner over at the Senior Center, and the whole topic was the bridge in Calaveras. I'm sure Chris knows all about that. I do too, because at that meeting, which there was 99 attendees, there was a couple of people that got up and said, hammer the supervisors, just hammer them. Make them realize how important it is to keep this old bridge here. So, we got hammered so far. So it was a really good dinner. Don Cunio still cooking at, 93 years old is he? Somewhere around there? He's still cooking.
He is young.
I mean, the guy's amazing, So then the food was excellent. On the 27th, I had a meeting with our San Andreas community plan folks, and we were discussing how we're going to get the community plans in the general plan, which is quite a convoluted conversation to begin with. So, that's one good thing about having all of this public comment period. People get to air out all of their wishes and needs and wants and frustrations and everything. And, a reminder, there are, if you go to one of those meetings, there's a piece of paper you can fill out with your comments on it and submit it, and then the public or planning department will review every single one of those comments. On the 3-2, went to planning and met with Peter and Fawn from the Planning Commission to discuss moving forward after the public comment period on what we're going to do. And it looks like we're going to have a joint meeting with Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors to have that discussion on what it's going to move forward with. And then after that, we'll see what comes up.
Is there a date set for that?
No. On the 3rd, had an agenda review. I go in there, I review the agenda with the ladies, and then, that doesn't take long in most cases. This last one was pretty fun, though, as it was here. On the 4th, I met with Columbia College. With Sherry Roosh and I went to meet with Columbia College to specifically talk about water school. And Columbia College is very interested in opening a water school here in Calaveras County to teach freshwater treatment and possibly wastewater treatment. Delta does not offer that, but Columbia College will. And so we met with a group of 7 or 8 other folks and a professor that teaches that very same thing. And there's a big a need for operators and managers of water treatment, freshwater and wastewater treatment. So we want to be the place for people to go to get their education, and I think that's going to materialize actually. On the 4th, on the way back, I stopped at the Visitors Bureau and chatted with Lisa for a little while. and talked about the, their demonstrations that they have at the state level, at the state fair. And then the 4th in the evening, I had a half-hour interview with PEG TV. Joel Metzger interviewed me and talked about various things that's going on in the county. On the 5th, I went to Amador Water Agency office and gave a presentation of the Calaveras Watershed Management Pilot Program to Mountain Counties Water Resources Association. It's a pretty big group, and they liked it a lot. As a matter of fact, I just received a letter of support from them today. So just another little bit of, a little bit closer to having that support that we need to be able to try to attract some real dollars for the program. On the 5th, in the evening, Calaveras has talent, and that's going to be a county-wide program to support music in Calaveras County, including the schools, but also music programs in the public. So it's a nonprofit that they're opening up. They will have events. The events, all the money for the events will go towards helping the music programs in Calaveras County. That includes both high schools and all the schools in Calaveras County as well. That program, the Calaveras Has Talent, will be similar to what you see on TV, America's Got Talent type thing. And the auditions will begin in April to be put out in the news, so please look out for that. Pass it around. It's a countywide program. We're going to go to 9 different communities, and usually 2 days per community for auditions. And the semifinal, it looks like it may be, they have a quarterfinal, which is one on that side of 4, on the south side of 4, and one on this side of 4. Then we'll have a runoff, which will probably be at the either Bret Hart or at the fairgrounds, and then the final will be at Couts. That's the plan so far, anyhow. So it's going to be a really big show. So we hope that people are going to buy into that. On Friday the 6th, I again went to Columbia College to meet with them about classes in Calaveras County, not just water classes, but other educational classes as well. And they're going to open a site up in Calaveras County. And right now, it looks like it's possibly going to be the Vallecito School. So they're going to have up to 4 classes there. They are working with Delta College to not have the same classes as Delta offers, so that they can have a wider range of classes offered in Calaveras County. We've been working on this for quite a while, trying to get the 2 schools to collaborate, and looks like it's going to happen in a big way. Dr. Fairchild over there is extremely interested and excited about doing this. On the 7th, which was last Saturday, I went to the Valley Springs Area Business Association fashion show. I was a cleanup crew, and along with a few folks, and we stayed for almost 2 hours cleaning up after that. But that was a really fun event. It was at the Jenny Lynn Fire House, and it was a lot of fun. And then that night, I went to the Educational Foundation at the Town Hall in support of classroom activities through the schools here at CUSD. So, and then that's about it. So, anything else? Any public comments?
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
You talked about working with Columbia College. Are we still sending a lot of money into San Joaquin? Or do we send any money to the quality side?
Yes.
Like what kind of numbers are you talking about?
For For Columbia College, they send about $2.1 million a year, and for Delta College, it's about 1.6. I'm not sure the exact figures for last year. I was working on it, a couple of years ago, and that's about what it was. I don't know what it is exactly right now, but it's significant enough to where we should be getting services from them. And I think they're positioning themselves to step up to the plate, and we're going to continuously hound them, really. Peter?
Yeah, thank you. Obviously, we're talking about Delta. Maybe your attorney can up to date. They got a little pickle with the state. They had to refund some money to the state. And I'm sure there's a litigation where some lady won against Delta, and that's going to cost Delta a few dollars. But that's not your problem. Would like to, in your travels, if you, or maybe you already have, CAL FIRE is leaving that property, substantial amount of land, and I believe, I don't know what they're going to leave in equipment. Take advantage maybe Delta, some heavy-duty mechanics, has a need for it, an opportunity for the youngsters. So maybe you already thought of it. Hopefully you can take advantage of it. A little minor detail on the sewer plant. I was at the meeting also. 45 years old. And the discussion was about the money. Talking about throwing out $9 million. So that's why people were upset, not about, how it's going to be paid for. I appreciate your trips to CSAC. And I got a little bug about CSAC. I don't know if you noticed. And you talked about everything that really nice people. Maybe so you can fully appreciate your hard work and what CSAC's doing. Is there I don't know if they have Brown Act or anything of those. I know they got the flyers, but what their procedure is. I mean, you go down there, and you said they come up with a solution. And the impression I got, it's always a committee that speaks behalf of the membership. Do you get to vote on those issues, of the policies of CSAC? Do you see the number of litigation that CSAC is financing? It would be nice to know so how hard and they're working on behalf of our citizens, your citizens. And it would be nice to know what their position is going to be on Prop 13, for instance, and how do you come to that decision? I mean, I know how they come about splitting the 13, but I would like to know something about how the whole thing works.
I can respond to that, Chair.
When you have a chance. I mean, these people might want to go home. I'll be more than happy to talk to you, later on.
Okay.
Okay? Thank you.
Any other public comments? All right, seeing none, we'll close out this meeting.
Thank you very much for attending.